It's a beautiful day for some football here in November, and Auburn has a new head coach. And there is the main man for Vanderbilt, Diego Pavia. They're jumping in here today, and a packed crowd is expected at First Bank Stadium. He's the College Football Hall of Famer, Matt Stinchcomb. I'm Taylor Zarzer. You'll see Torrey Petrie in just a moment. Boy, Clark Lea's Vanderbilt team has an identity in his 5th season in Nashville as one of the best teams in the country. Meanwhile, Auburn is starting over again.
Yeah, the identity for Vanderbilt is they're a playoff contending team. Narrowly missing that victory a week ago, almost came back. Auburn is seeking a reset. Can they kind of recharge this season? Only 3 games left to play, including today. An opportunity to try to change the trend of the season for the Tigers.
Fired Hugh Freeze on Sunday. DJ Durkin named the interim head coach. He's the defensive coordinator also. His defense has been sensational, but on offense, they've been searching all season.
Yeah, championship caliber defense. They've been able to hold teams in check offensively. The difficulty has been moving the football and scoring the points. It's really held back, and it's as evidenced in their win-loss record. Can they find a way to jumpstart that offense versus this Vanderbilt team that's been playing very well on the defensive side of the ball?
Just a moment ago, Torrey was with interim head coach DJ Durkin.
Coach, you take over this team on Sunday. What was your message to your guys to get them ready to play today?
Just that we're together. It's a team. It's not, when you're coaching one side of the ball on defense, I want the team to understand and know we are one team. And so it's not offense, defense, or special teams. It's all of us together. I think that they've really done a good job embracing that this week, and we're going to put it on the field.
What about their preparation this week has given you confidence that they can upset the doors today?
Just the energy. There's been energy every day with our meetings and our practice, and we've challenged them on that, and they've done a great job with it. So, I mean, they seem in a great spot. I think when you look at day to day, we put the work in throughout the week, and that's all you can ask for as a coach, and now it's time to go let loose.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Well, we talked about identity. Clark Lee says this is an identity game. As Auburn is searching for one, Vanderbilt has to show theirs today.
Yeah, it's a lot about stability, something that DJ Durkin is trying to establish at Auburn. Clark Lea's already done that for Vanderbilt. It's a proven formula. They've been a winning team throughout this season. He's been building that foundation for years. Now they're finally seeing it validated in the win-loss column. They know who they are. The whole idea today is don't give a team that's still searching an opportunity.
Now let's take a look at fueling performance, brought to you by Gatorade. Diego Pavia coming off a career high in passing yards in the loss to Texas, and he loves his tight end, one of the best in the game in Eli Stowers.
Yeah, a matchup today that we're going to pay very close attention to in this one. The tight ends contributing for Vanderbilt on the other end of the passes of this man, one of the best playmakers in college football. He certainly has the attention of Auburn's head coach now and defensive coordinator DJ Durkin. You see the proficiency. 3rd down percentage, 53%. That's #1 in the SEC, 8th in the country. And when they get in the red zone, they're scoring touchdowns.
Up against both teams. That's an unsportsmanlike foul against each player on each team. That is their first.
You heard that. They were jawing at each other at midfield right as the coin toss was going on. And Kyle Olson, today's referee, gives an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on both teams. This place is up for grabs in packed First Bank Stadium. It's the 46th meeting between the two teams dating back to 1893 when Auburn beat Vanderbilt in Montgomery, Alabama. Vanderbilt won 19 of the next 25 through 1955. They didn't play again until 1978, and Auburn won 13 in a row. But Vandy has won 3 of the last 5, including a win in Auburn last year. How about this? It's the 2nd time Vanderbilt has been ranked in the 46 career meetings. Auburn won the toss. They deferred. Vanderbilt gets the ball first on a beautiful mid-November day. Connor Gibbs to kick to the dangerous Trey Richardson. Diego Pavia, and Vanderbilt will come out and start at the 25-yard line. He has lit up the Auburn Tigers the last 2 years against New Mexico State on the Plains. He won 31-10, and the last year, Vandy became bowl eligible. Stinch and I were there to see it in the victory against Auburn to get them to a 6th victory on the season. 17-7 was the final. 5 passing touchdowns in those 2 victories.
And 0 turnovers by Diego Pavia. And all week, DJ Durkin talked about he's so good on the second play. You call a play, and then after that snap, it's the second play that he's capable of making. The improvisation skills that he has is so dangerous.
He will hand to Cedric Alexander, and said the Austin, Texas native gets a couple of yards. Ced only had 6 touches in the game last week in Austin, Matt. 5 rushes, 1 catch in the game. They need to get Alexander going.
Yeah, they want to get that ground game established in this one. This is an offense that's one of the most efficient in the country, meaning they're able to get to that 3rd down conversion, that 3rd and manageable, to extend drives. That starts on the early downs. You got to win on 1st and 2nd.
Robert Woodyard, the junior from Mobile, with his 50th tackle of the season. Pavia, line of scrimmage, ball to Richardson. Richardson gets the edge. Watch out. He's pushed out of bounds in Auburn territory by Caleb Harris. Division II, Washburn to Vanderbilt for Richardson. He gets 25 yards.
Well, you challenge him, right? So there's 3 defenders over 3 potential receivers. 2 of them become blockers. The challenge leaves for that time Jaquez Robinson to come up and make that play in space. And Trey Richardson, it's excellent speed and able to get outside early.
Good blocking by Tristan Brown there, wide receiver for Vanderbilt, to give his teammates some room, and Vanderbilt will snap this from the Auburn 48. Back to the ground they go, and Alexander is bottled up. This Auburn defense is one of the hardest in college football to run against. In fact, it's the best Auburn rush defense since 1988.
So stout up front is this Auburn defensive line. It starts there. You got to stop the run in this conference. Sets the stage for the rest of your defense. And repeatedly, the Vanderbilt coaching staff talked about DJ Durkin's defense, that challenge. They have to be patient with the run game and stick with it. That was a very short gain, but they got to stick with that element of their offense.
DJ Durkin is still the defensive coordinator, and he's the head coach. It's 2nd and 9. Pavia will turn in hand again. It's Alexander, and again he gets almost nothing. Bryce Diaz, the true freshman from Maryland, on the stop.
So we talk about that efficiency on 1st and 2nd. Short gain on 1st, no gain on 2nd, and now 3rd and an obvious throw scenario. What we talked about earlier, though, is the efficiency of this defense, of this offense, rather, and the difficulty they will have in blocking that man. Keldrick Falk, one of the best defensive ends, true defensive ends in all of college football.
Vanderbilt's one of the best in the country on 3rd down because of the man that's playing quarterback.
There's Falk right there at the top of your screen.
Pavia again. Now this is behind the line of scrimmage, and instead Stowers doesn't throw, and he's tackled by Jay Crawford, the sophomore from Stinchcombe country. Parkview High School in Atlanta forces a 4th down.
Well, we see that skill set. We were talking with offensive coordinator Tim Beck yesterday, and they're going for it. They got the offense back out on the field.
Quickly, too. This is 4th and 10. Are they just trying to gain a free 5 yards? Vanderbilt is 7 of 11 on 4th down this season. And they will stay that way.
Well, we talked with Tim Beck yesterday, and we wanted to know Eli Stowers, after an excellent game as a receiver in his tight end spot versus Texas, will we see him utilized in other ways? That was going to be a double pass, very well defended by Auburn. Watch at the top of the screen, not fooled. So you see running with the receiver, Stowers. They wanted to set that up. You mentioned it, Taylor. It's a backwards pass. He's eligible to throw it a 2nd time. Well defended by the Auburn defense. You give up that big shock play to Trey Richardson early. Good job by the Tigers defensively, stopping that drive.
Interesting, too, Matt. Clark Lee said too many aggressive decisions cost him last week, wants to end every position in a kick, and sometimes a punt is okay. And even though Vanderbilt's drive ends at midfield, that's what they'll do here with Nick Haberer, the Aussie punter, punting it to Malcolm Simmons. And Simmons calls for the fair catch at the 12. But you said it in the open, Matt. It's not Jackson Arnold today. It's Ashton Daniels. He came in the game and started against Kentucky last week after in relief duty, finished the game and helped Auburn beat Arkansas 2 weeks ago.
You know, they thought they gave him a little bit of stability more than anything else. You know, you look at the numbers, didn't light it up necessarily. He was only 6 of 8 as a passer, but he's a veteran guy. He's played a lot of football, and he also brings a very dangerous run element. Last year in 2024, he played for Stanford, 14 carries a game, very active in the run game.
Open competition early in the week, and DJ Durkin makes the choice with him, and on a jet sweep, Singleton gets the carry around the edge and gets a few. There is Jackson Arnold backing things up, started the first 8 games, threw a pick 6 before the half at Arkansas, benched. Daniels came in. Then last week, Arnold came off the bench for a couple of series, then benched again. 2nd and 8. And again, it's a run this time to Cobb, and Cobb doesn't get much. He's bottled up by Brian Longwell. The Nashville native makes it 3rd and long.
And in addition to the change, or at least staying with the change at quarterback, a new face at center. Mason Murphy, who's been their right tackle all season long, is the center to start the game today for Auburn.
And Isaiah Miller's at right tackle. And throwing on 3rd and 9, that's a good ball by Daniels to Perry Thompson, and it's a first down ball out past the 22-yard line.
Great job by Ashton Daniels, just buying time, kept his eyes downfield and slid in the pocket, did not panic.
Derek Nix, the offensive coordinator, said they'd go fast, and that's what they're doing as Eric Singleton makes the catch. He has a catch in all 34 games he's played in college. It's the 3rd longest streak in the SEC. 8-yard completion to Thompson, 11 to Singleton, and now Auburn is out to the 33-yard line.
You can see the urgency that Auburn's playing with offensively. A lot of tempo, over the football quickly after huddling nearly every snap last week.
And here comes Vanderbilt, almost mistiming the snap as Martell Height came flying into the picture there for a minimal gain. If anything, it's 2nd and 10. Derek Nix, to the far left of your picture there, is the offensive coordinator. 45 years old in his 2nd year at Auburn, coached at Ole Miss for a long time. Terrific running back for Southern Miss. Will call the plays on every down for Auburn this week. And on 2nd and 10, inside handoff. Cobb can't bounce off Vanderbilt defenders. Zaylin Wood on the tackle, and another 3rd and long for Ashton Daniels.
And keep in mind, right, new face at their right tackle on this 3rd down. Last time Daniels was able to buy a little bit of time in the pocket. You see Vanderbilt showing pressure. So part of this is you got a new guy in there at center. He's been playing tackle. He has not been setting protections. Vanderbilt's going to try to confuse the blocking scheme.
On 3rd and 9, there's good protection there, and Daniels takes off, breaks tackles. Flags are on the field as he dives near a 1st down, and this is in the neighborhood of holding in the backfield.
Holding, offense, number 72, 10-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
Isaiah Too Tall Miller back as a starter this week at right tackle.
Yeah, saw him in there at right guard late versus Kentucky, but now watch right here on the edge. As we mentioned, the regular starter at right tackle, Mason Murphy, in there at center and just pulls him down. Got knocked back a little bit. That's a great power rush. And Miller just pulling down there late to draw that holding penalty. Got to be smart here if you're Auburn. The defense is playing strong already. Got an early stop. What you can't afford is to turn the football over here. Try to pick up some yards and play field position.
And there's the line of scrimmage throw that goes to Simmons. Simmons is free. And he's into Vanderbilt territory with an Auburn 1st down.
I'll tell you, Taylor, this is something we hadn't seen yet. We were expecting a lot of throws to the perimeter to challenge Vanderbilt. This is a conservative play call. It's just a screen to the right side. Get some big bodies like a tight end and Preston Howard out in front. And they're able to get bodies on top. And Vanderbilt, once again, giving up plays on 0-yardage passes.
39-yard hookup there. Stepping up and out of troubles. Daniels on the run. A good, it's incomplete. Simmons was wide open in the Vanderbilt secondary, but dropped it.
Malcolm Simmons, the guy hasn't gotten a ton of touches. Didn't touch the football last week. And once again, Ashton Daniels showing great ability to elude the rush, buy time. He throws a strike. You got to find a way. You got to come up with that catch if you're Malcolm Simmons. But right now, they talked about it, the Auburn coaches. We're going to stick with it. We're going to establish who we want to be offensively with this tempo.
Another sweep, nope, a fake, and Daniels wisely faked it, because it would have been a tackle for loss, and he gets down to the 33-yard line. Senior from Buford, Georgia, looks steady on this opening possession. His dad, Juan, played wide receiver for the Georgia Bulldogs with Mr. Stinchcomb about 30 years ago.
That was a heck of an athlete. You can see that. He's got some wide receiver in him for sure, showing some of that speed at quarterback. Last time, Vanderbilt got a great rush on that right side, drew a holding penalty that Auburn was able to overcome.
10th play of the drive, and another good ball and a third down, and another conversion on a third down. This one to Singleton. 3rd and 7, 3rd and 19, and now 3rd and 6.
Yeah, they got to get the ball to Eric Singleton. Got to get it to our playmakers more. Already in the ground game, Singleton got that touch early. That makes that defense respect it. Let them see it, right? Let that guy get out there on the perimeter. Wasn't a big gainer, but it sets up plays later on. And Derek Nix finding ways to get it to number 1 early in this game. His quarterback's done a great job after the snap of making him right and buying time.
Vanderbilt expected line of scrimmage throws. They expected some runs, but it's been the 3rd down passing on this first drive. We'll be right back. The umpire was hit on the last play, and that's why the game was stopped here briefly. This is what Auburn has done on the first drive, Stinch. 10 plays, 65 yards, and those third down conversions have been big.
Yeah, 3 for 3. I mean, has done an excellent job. If it weren't for that injury to the umpire, Auburn was running their tempo offense and had the Vanderbilt defense on its heels.
And on this play, it's Daniels going straight forward for a few yards down to the 22-yard line.
The story has been, so far, Auburn has been very, very consistent, right? They're testing the inside of that run game. We thought they were going to go out to the outside. It was that big conversion on the 10-plus after the holding penalties. Really the only time we've seen the ball spit out on the perimeter in the passing game.
On 2nd and 8 in an empty backfield, Daniels. Pockets collapsing, but he gets out of there. And that is near a first down run down inside the 15.
You know, it's been the scrambling more than anything else. And I don't mean just as a rusher, but his ability to buy time in the pocket so far in this game, where they've been able to push around, evade the rush, keep his eyes downfield, but also tuck and run, which has been outstanding.
Down to the 14-yard line on this long drive. It'll be the 13th play of the drive. Daniels across the middle to the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn. Eric Singleton. What a statement on the opening drive by Auburn. With all of the noise going on, DJ Durkin's team comes out, gets a stop on defense, and scores on the opening drive as Alex McPherson makes the extra point. Starting quarterback Ashton Daniels, 5 of 6 for 81 yards. He throws the touchdown pass here to Eric Singleton. Auburn is on top first at number 16 Vanderbilt.
SEC football is presented by Sonic. Create a free Coca-Cola your way, any size, any flavor, in the Sonic app, and in part by T-Mobile 5G home internet.
Team Fast Tracks is diving into First Bank Stadium. Matt Harvey, Sam Deeds are the ground specialists today. Larry Compton, Everett Joyner, and Kevin Engel jumping into the stadium today, doing it in honor of Army Staff Sergeant Timothy Walker, who gave his life in 2008 during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Those ground safety specialists have the most critical jobs to protect the landing area. And we are so grateful for them. 3 days before Veterans Day. That's just the second Auburn passing touchdown in the last 21 quarters. And those third down conversions were big as we send it down to Torrey.
Well, guys, there is no question that Auburn interim head coach DJ Durkin brings intensity to his defense, but their offense got it this week too. Running back Jeremiah Cobb told me that the message was that the offense needs to be more violent and physical. He told me, I feel like our offense needs that message, and we have practiced with intensity this week. I love it.
Yeah, it's funny, Torrey, that Derek Nix, as we just showed him, said we're going to pack our running game for Nashville. He packed the passing game as well on that first drive.
Yeah, he did. I mean, you talk about it. The fact that Ashton Daniels did such a good job of avoiding the pressure. It's something that Auburn struggled with all season long, is protecting their passer. Daniels did a good job buying time there.
How does Pavia and Vanderbilt answer? Diego with all day throws near side to Hoskins. And Richie stays in bounds and picks up a first down in front of Kay and Lee.
You fully expect, Vanderbilt's not going to change that offensive approach. No need to yet. We saw that punt earlier, and as we mentioned, they don't do that very much. Not a lot of defenses finding ways to get Vanderbilt off the field. Oftentimes, they establish these long drives. They only average about 2 punts a game. That's the fewest in the entire conference. Very efficient offensively.
We saw Tim Beck calling the plays upstairs. What a job he has done with this man, Diego Pavia, and their time at New Mexico State and here at Vanderbilt. And now on the design quarterback run, Diego takes on Tigers up near the 40-yard line. Diego is the leading rusher for Vanderbilt. He has over 500 yards rushing on the season. He ran for 801 last year. That was a school record.
You can see the guy just contributes so much to this offense. Not only as a scrambler, design, QB runs, thick guy. I don't know if he's 6 feet, and I think he's a little bit more than 207. That lower body, there's no doubt that he can absorb contact and pick up yardage running through would-be tacklers.
And Pavia will keep it and spins forward up near the 43, where Amaris Williams and Bobby Jamison Travis tackle him, and it'll be third down for Vanderbilt again. Yes, if Pavia is going to tell people he's 6 feet tall, so am I.
Yeah.
And I'm 5'10".
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, your Statue of Liberty from the free throw line type kind of thing. If he's at 6 feet tall, that's for sure. You're banging your head on the door jamb. But right now, that 3rd and 4. So keep an eye on Pavia. If it doesn't hold up, because they get the ball out quickly, you see right here that matchup. Keldrick Falk, thought to be one of the best overall prospects, number 18 in the upcoming draft. At the bottom of your screen at the end of the line, right there.
On 3rd and 4, that's a first down ball into Auburn territory, and there's Mr. Stowers.
We talked about the one NFL draft prospect as a rusher. What about his counterpart, the tight end? Stowers had such a game last week. Huge, 7 catches, 2 touchdowns versus Texas. Would have had a pass attempt in this one earlier where not so well defended by Auburn, but came up big on that 3rd down to get the conversion. Pavia-Stowers relationship. And there's Keldrick Falk again. We're talking about 2 guys that are going to be playing on Sunday soon enough.
M.K. Young lines up next to Pavia, and that's Alexander behind him, following Young and diving forward. Physical first down run by Said for 10 yards.
Well, it's interesting. So many different guys contribute to this Vanderbilt offense. Nice lead block that time, something you don't see all the time. M.K. Young, another New Mexico State product in this Vanderbilt roster, with a nice lead block for Cedric Alexander. These guys are unselfish football players. They contribute in a variety of different ways. They share carries. and they contribute as pass protectors and in the receiving game.
Young is out. Newberry is in with Alexander as they blanket Pavia on this first down. And sticking with the ground game, it's Newberry. And A.J. gets down to the 25-yard line. Another Texas native, and another first down for Vanderbilt. The ground game is alive. After last week, they struggled, Stinch, only 58 yards rushing.
Timeout on the field for
And you see an Auburn defender down. Looks like Malik Blockton.
Sophomore from Pike Road, Alabama. And we'll take a timeout. For the win, brought to you by Sanderson Farms.
Well, we talked about Keldrick Falk, and he's just such a dynamic player. Guy's good in the pass rush, so it's good enough speed to win on the edge, able to get home. But in the run game as well, quick hands right there at the line of scrimmage, generates a tackle for loss. And in the run game, I think that's really where his game has evolved a lot. The emphasis there, stout at the point of attack, a hard guy to move. His numbers don't pop out because you don't run at this guy, and you build your protection around him to try to make sure he doesn't change the game.
Kyle Olson stepping in here, the referee.
The injured player was number 47. He must remain out of the game for one play.
Malik Blockton injured on the last play and cannot return until after this one is over with. Vanderbilt has not been running at Keldrick Falk. No one does anything towards number 15, but they have been effective on this possession against one of the best rushing defenses in college football. And Pavia with plenty of time to survey, and a tight throw. It's incomplete. Tried to squeeze that into Stowers in between DeMarcus Riddick and also Caleb Harris.
Yeah, nice protection, clean pocket. As you mentioned, just spit it out there. That's very well defended by DeMarcus Riddick. Riddick, a long linebacker, listed at 6'2", able to get in front of that pass and knock that ball down.
From where the Big Peach is in Clinton, Alabama, sophomore that was an SEC all-freshman last year. And on 2nd and 10, Pavia. Look at this guy just elude Auburn defenders. And people everywhere near him, and he still picks up 8 yards. Anquan Fagans on the tackle. So hard to bring this guy to the ground.
Yeah, this is a negative yardage play right here. So you end up with 2 unblocked defenders in the backfield. Pavia not only demonstrating vision, but able to sidestep. You know, we said this often. He's not going to run away from a lot of defenders, but you never really get a clean lick on him. He's a guy that doesn't take a lot of hard licks because he does such a good job of evading that.
So shifty. Instead of 2nd and long or 3rd and long, it's 3rd and 2. Option, and there's the shovel pass. First down, Stowers. Well-designed play call by Tim Beck to the 10-yard line.
We had 2 pitchmen right there, so he could have pitched it with his right hand to the outside option, or as Stowers comes across, there's the underneath. So he could have pitched it right. Instead, he pitches it left, and defensively, you got to commit one or the other. Of course, that quarterback keep is dangerous. We saw Pavia in pregame. He's working on his pitches, the ball handling. He gets the ball out, catches that snap, and can spit it out as a passer or as a pitch in the option game.
It is Alexander, and he gets down near the 5. Riddick had a chance at him at the 10.
We talked about Pavia earlier. You know, that time Alexander, great effort on the zone right there at the line of scrimmage and able to get outside. And you think this guy's passionate? He's more than a head coach, a defensive coordinator trying to get his crew fired up.
Vandy's on the doorstep when we come back. 6:30 Eastern on SEC Network. The Kentucky Wildcats, off that win against Auburn on the Plains, host the Gators. It's also available on the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. Here at the end of the first quarter, Auburn leads Vanderbilt 7-0, but the doors on their 11th play of the drive are knocking as they're down to Auburn's 6.
Usually in this red zone, the number one target is Eli Stowers, not on the football field right now for Vanderbilt. Second would be Junior Sherrill, that's right there at the bottom of your screen.
That's Richardson, but Pavia keeps it. He's in trouble. Can he break free again? And he gets near the line of scrimmage. Good open field tackle by Kieron Crawford, and Pavia and Crawford are talking about it.
Not a lot of gives, and you wonder, that looked to me to be a give read that time for Diego Pavia. He hung on to the football, ended up working outside. Keldrick Falk got in there, boxed him in. Pavia had to work hard just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
What does Diego do on 3rd and goal?
Here's Stowers right here. We talked about him, wasn't in the game on that last snap.
Diego pumps to Richardson, and he's down near the 5, and the Auburn defense makes a stand. And Brock Taylor will come on to attempt a chip shot field goal.
And the Auburn defense, so you think about it, you come out, you force a Vanderbilt offense to do something that they don't do often, punt. This time it's going to end with a field goal attempt. Pavia, that wanted to send that football out into the flats, thought better of it. Auburn stayed at home. Excellent job finding a way in that red zone defense to turn away an offense that's very proficient scoring touchdowns this part of the field.
Brock Taylor's an excellent junior kicker from Knoxville, one of the best ever for Vanderbilt. But I'm looking forward to these short fads being over with. 7-3, Auburn leads the Commodores here on the west end of Nashville. Sonic. Vandy's drive ended in a field goal. Auburn's ended in a touchdown. Ashton Daniels, 5 of 6 passing on the first drive, and the one incompletion was a wide open drop.
Couldn't have started really any better. Excellent job starting this football game off. The tempo, I think, probably helped. Protection was able to hold up just enough. The truth is, Ashton Daniels did a great job of buying time. Not only able to scramble a couple of times, pick up some yards with his legs, 3 different rushes, but that 5 of 6 to start and getting in the end zone in the passing game, something Auburn has not done.
21 starts for Stanford. DJ Durkin was with Torrey just a moment ago talking about that offense.
Welcome back to Nashville. Coach, your quarterback out there had a great first touchdown drive there. What do you think of the way he's playing?
Yeah, I like how our offense operated. They operated with tempo, converted some third downs. That was big, keep the drive alive. We got to make some stops here on defense and set some hard edges.
Defense did hold that Vanderbilt offense to a field goal. But Daniels back on the field. He's rushed for over 1,200 yards in his career at Stanford and now at Auburn. And he wants to throw here. Instead, will take off again. And tackled by Brian Longwell right near where that ball was snapped. The junior from Lipscomb Academy here in Nashville, one of the leaders for Clark Lee's defense.
Yeah, that play didn't go the way they intended at Auburn. Wanted to get that ball out quickly, couldn't do it, and Brian Longwell, great play.
Daniels hit as he throws, and a good ball and a first down ball to Singleton.
You could tell, concerted effort to get the ball to Eric Singleton. Makes sense. One of the better playmakers in this Auburn offense. And right now, Ashton Daniels, I don't know that he could have started this football game off any better than he has so far.
This is not a surprise to see how quickly Auburn is moving. Daniels pressured again and takes off again. And a first down run into Vanderbilt territory.
You're going to have to be so disciplined in how you rush Ashton Daniels today. A lot of it because, Miles Capers that time was able to get pressure inside out, but then you lose that edge contained rusher. Ashton Daniels is going to hurt you with his legs. Over 1,400 rush yards in his time at Stanford.
Derek Nix does slow it down briefly here, but he told us last night, we are going to go quickly. That's not a surprise to Vanderbilt either. They expected that as Cobb goes up the gut down to the 42 where Randon Fontenette is waiting for him. Nick said we need to be simple, we need to communicate effectively today and play quickly. Empty backfield. Daniels goes through the route tree and it fires a first down ball to big Cam Coleman inside the 30-yard line.
It's another great ball downfield. And we've seen this now. They're able to extend these drives. Keep in mind, we're already in the second quarter. Auburn only had the ball once in the first quarter. It wasn't like they're putting the football away. There's not going to be a ton of offensive possessions in this game. If it's typical for a Vanderbilt game, they extend drives. Auburn, very effective, though, with this second possession. Only the second possession they've had all game.
Daniels moves the pocket, dumps it off, and Cobb is inside the 20, and he's lassoed inside the 15, down at the 11-yard line. That was Bryce Cowan on the tackle, but 16 more for the Tigers.
And you can see the run threat of Ashton Daniels and the effect that it's having on the defense. You have to come up and maybe perhaps play him as a runner. Opens things up for Cobb with an easy pitch and catch on the edge.
Cobb, one of the top runners in the SEC, with a big catch there. And now here's a design quarterback run, and here's a touchdown for Ashton Daniels. How about this start for the senior transfer from Stanford?
Well, he's coming out of Buford, Georgia. Thought to be one of the better dual threat quarterbacks in the entire country. Proved to be the case when he was at Stanford. Was that proven out this entire game, where he's either in the passing game bought time, he's been on target, he's been opportunistic as a scrambler, and now in a QB designed run, able to get in the end zone.
The often maligned Auburn Tigers offense is humming here in the first half against Vanderbilt. Daniels has 167 of 174 of Auburn's yards.
Go back to that touchdown run. So we're going to get a back block, and then watch this pull around on the play side linebacker. This is as clean as you can make it. Great job getting upfield. And of course, Ashton Daniels able to capitalize. That was a very well-blocked run on QB design down there in the red zone. This Auburn offense is clicking 2 for 2.
You might want to go to the other end of the bench if you're around him right now, because it just can't get any better. The one drop on that first drive, and also has run it for 38 yards and a score. He's been waiting his turn. It's a short kick, and Richardson will have a chance to field it at the 3. Just barely crosses the 20. Multiple video angles are available on iPad, allowing coaches to see what's happening in new and unique ways. And video can be annotated with Apple Pencil to convey important information on specific plays. It is a huge advantage in this day and age to be able to have that real-time information. So back-to-back weeks here, Matt. Vanderbilt has trailed by double digits in the first half. They scored the last 21 points of the game last week in Austin. And that onside kick, so close to giving them one last chance before falling by 3. And here they are up against it again. Pavia surveys, and a good easy pitch and catch with big Mr. Stowers for 8 yards. Eli already a few catches in the game.
He's just so prominent in the passing game, and we talked about this coming into it. There's Stowers and the other tight ends, Cole Spence. He had a big block earlier on the outside run, and able to flip it to get it on the perimeter. These tight ends are going to have a big game for Vanderbilt today, because the edges, the edge rushers especially, Keldrick Falk, Kieron Crawford, difference makers for this Auburn defense.
Stowers had 146 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns last week in Austin. It's fake to Young, and Pavia tries to dive ahead and is short of the 30. It'll be 3rd down and 2 to go. Xavier Atkins, the tackling machine, with his 70th of the season.
That's a heck of a play that time, Xavier Atkins. He's had 2 pullers, big bodies coming at him. Did a good job able to fight through that wash and make the play on Pavia, who we mentioned is very stout. Big 3rd down. We talk about how good Vanderbilt has been. Keep in mind, we talked to Tim Beck. He said, look, I've got a lot of boots and nakeds that we haven't even gotten to. It's a full house backfield with Pavia in here right now.
Yeah, 3 of them back there. Young, Newberry, and Alexander. And it goes to Young for the 1st down, out past the 31.
How about that? So much misdirection, right? So you got 3 different potential ball carriers. You had Alexander working to the right, Newberry working to the right, but ends up being Young, who started out to the right of Diego Pavia, just hitting it straight downhill. All you're looking to do is make those linebackers hesitate, maybe take one false step and almost block themselves. Big conversion to be able to maintain this possession. Only open offensive possession was the start of the game for Vanderbilt that was forced to punt.
Did cross midfield on that one, though, and scored a field goal on the second one. So they've moved it effectively as Pavia is forced out of the pocket. And we'll have room to run for a 1st down.
We talked a lot about Ashton Daniels in this game, rightfully so, but it's Diego Pavia. He's made a career out of this. Nothing downfield, don't like it, flush out of that pocket. And both these teams, both these defenses, the challenge is that quarterback, if you get to him, might not be the best thing, because now you got to get him on the ground. If you don't keep him contained in that pocket, able to get out on the perimeter and pick up 1st down yardage.
There haven't been many that have made as big a difference here on this campus as he has, as he throws to Stowers, and that's his 4th catch. Eli's trying to break tackles from Tigers, but Robinson and others bring him to the ground. You know, Diego Pavia, when you're down there on the ground with him before midfield, or before the game at the field, I should say, You look at him compared to all the other guys and you think, what is it that separates this guy? I think it's his awareness, just his ability to understand the game and be so shifty out there.
Well, and you can see him. He's dapping up everybody. Everybody gets a high five, tons of juice from him. But he's built like a running back. He's got fantastic hands. The ball handling is really good. Gets the ball out quickly, can do so much with that football.
It's James L. Lassiter in the backfield with him. Pavia trying to set up the screen, and here's Lassiter. Lassiter, first down inside the 40, down to the 38 as we go down to Torrey.
Guys, we went to Vandy's practice on Friday, and we saw something you don't usually see. Every Friday, Diego Pavia goes over to a group of his wide receivers, and he takes turns playing wide receiver or DB up against them. They trade off lining up, and those guys were having a blast. I asked him about it in warm-ups today. He said, you know what? I'll moss some guys. Don't put it past me.
Yeah, it's like he just wants to play backyard football for the rest of his life.
Yeah, well, he kind of does. I mean, he's doing it right now. He's been doing it for a long time, that's for sure.
15 yards to Lassiter on the last play. He's out. Young's in.
How about this? 14 personnel.
MK down to the 35, and the ball is out, and it's picked up. And they are going to say that he was on the ground. That's Keldrick Falk running with the football. Auburn takes over on the first turnover.
Recovered by the defense. First down, Auburn.
But there's the difference maker. And Keldrick Falk, we said he hadn't been able to get a ton of plays because nobody wants to run it near him. But Young took a big shot on this run. Watch the collision. Boom. Ball comes out. And Keldrick Falk is right there to make the play. Eric Winters, the true freshman, coming up, laying the wood.
And also give Dallas Walker credit from behind here as look as him wrapping up. Looked like the ball might be coming out as Winters was coming in there to lay the lick. Walker, the senior from right here in Nashville. That's 9 forced turnovers in the last 4 games for Auburn. And back to work goes the red-hot Daniels. Eric Singleton, first down catch.
Now you see a little bit of a change. Now that time only rushed 3, dropped 8, still able to find Singleton over the middle.
Now to the ground. Cobb gets free for the first time today, and that's a first down run.
Well, right now, and you can see a helmet pops off of a Vanderbilt defender. But this Auburn offense, we talked about it, lacked identity. They really didn't have a ton of rhythm. Last week, that's totally different from what they had versus Kentucky. They were a methodical offense, stagnant almost, huddling. It was like a plodding pace. Much more up-tempo in this game.
11-yard run and 11-yard catch on the first 2. And this is even bigger than that. Cobb down near the 20. This is the Auburn offense that Hugh Freeze envisioned, and it's happening without him with DJ Durkin and Derek Nix.
Well, it's a run box. There was 5 defenders near the line of scrimmage. You get a hat on a hat. All the offensive linemen covered them up. Great blocking up front. This Auburn offensive line, maybe that change of Mason Murphy from right tackle to center having the desired effect so far in the ground game.
23-yard run by Cobb, and now Daniels from a muddy pocket gets out of there. And he's taking on tacklers near the 20. That's Longwell that'll get credited with it. DJ Durkin and Derek Nix were effusive with their praise about Coach Freeze and how much they loved him and how much Coach Freeze loves the entire Auburn family. And that relationship will continue. And they very much wanted to coach and play for him today. And I'm sure Coach Freeze is watching, enjoying this start. On 2nd and 11, Daniels will turn, and that's a good ball to Singleton. And he gets out near the 15, and it was whistled dead where Height made that tackle.
Of course, the Auburn side of the stadium wanted a little extracurricular, ended up just getting tangled up a little bit. So earlier we saw the Auburn defense find a way to get a red zone stop and force Vanderbilt to kick a field goal. It's imperative for the Commodore defense right here to get a stop on 3rd down. Down, as you mentioned, double digits already in this game. Got to find a way to force a field goal if you're Vanderbilt defensively here.
Haven't been able to get off the field on this down yet. Daniels. He's out of there again. And it's diving just short of the goal line. Height kept him out, but it's 1st and goal, Auburn.
That's great awareness that time by Xavier Miller. It's almost like he could feel Daniels leaking out. You see, it ends up almost being like a reach block on the perimeter. It was clearly an intended pass. And you see wholesale substitution now, and it looks like Cale Ellis, who was the starter at center, just substituted into the game. It looks like he's going to line up at center. He is. Cale Ellis back in there at center. They got an extra offensive lineman.
And a movement there by Xavier Chaplin.
So they tried to bring it. So you bring in Cale Ellis.
Number 65.
You move your left tackle over to the right side. You're trying to get extra. You have 2. You add an offensive lineman. It's a big personnel grouping. Look at this. You got offensive linemen in the backfield. You got big bodies everywhere. You're just going to try to Tonka truck your way into the end zone.
And Ellis goes back out, and Murphy comes back to center, moving over from right tackle.
How many times over and over again on these 3rd downs where Ashton Daniels finds a way, channeling his Diego Pavia.
Daniels just has to throw that one away. Pressure in the backfield by Nick Rinaldi.
That time, the first time maybe this entire game, where you could sense maybe the impact of Murphy moving from right tackle to center, because he lost almost right now pressure right up the middle. Vanderbilt really hasn't been able to pressure Ashton Daniels inside out. That time, Daniels wisely just burns that down versus taking the negative yardage play. That's been the biggest difference in this game so far for Auburn offensively, avoiding those negative yardage plays.
And Daniels on a design quarterback run. No place to go. Miles Capers, Randon Fontenette.
Great job at the point of attack by Fontenette. He's the green dot, meaning he's the one that's getting the defensive signals. You see it on the back of his helmet. He's making plays. And that's big. Now another 3rd down opportunity for this Vanderbilt defense.
It's been the difference in the game, these 3rd downs, and at the 2-minute timeout, we have another big one. DJ Durkin's offense is on fire.
2-minute timeout.
Auburn and Coach Nix's offense have been on third down today. And 3 of those 4, Matt, have been 3rd and 6 or longer. Here's a 3rd and goal from the 8.
And they've been able to do it passing. 3 of those 4 have been in the air. The other, of course, a scramble by Ashton Daniels. But more than anything else, not just as a runner to pick up yards, but a runner to extend the play. That's been the danger. Vanderbilt's found ways to either hold up in coverage or get there with pressure, but they have not been able to contain Daniels enough to keep him from being able to get a pass off or scramble for the conversion.
Daniels to Singleton. That's a deflected ball. And Cam Coleman's going to pick it up. And he's out of bounds near the 25. Now, C.J. Hurd got a hand on the ball there. So let's see what the ruling is. It should be incomplete.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete forward pass.
We'll see coming off the edge. Hurd, pressure right now. They had 2, so you're bringing 2 off the edge. You can only block 1 of them. And that pass was going forward, ends up just being deflected. That's a big stand by this Vanderbilt defense. Huge.
And it comes from the player that's been making the most plays on defense, C.J. Hurd. Here is a 26-yard attempt by the great Alex McPherson, who has the best field goal percentage in school history.
Please reset the game clock to 1:57. 1:57.
And just make an adjustment to the game clock there. Put 5 seconds back on there. As you mentioned, it was an adventure field goal kick, and McPherson's been a stabilizing force there.
Well, 2 years ago, he had a perfect season, and then those horrible issues last year. It required surgery and lost more than 40 pounds. And he just nails that one through. And Auburn's lead is 14. Vanderbilt needs to score some points against Durkin before the half.
Chills, what we call one of these games.
Legends are made in that building right there.
We on a whole nother level. Bigger than ever we've been. SEC champions.
Who will be there for that. Could the Ole Miss Rebels be there for the first time ever? Roughing up the Citadel today, Lane Kiffin participating in wedding proposals. The Georgia Bulldogs crushing Mississippi State. A&M and Mizzou going on right now. Dari Noka has all of that covered. Back in the studio. Yeah, and to what Benjamin and CD were just saying, Vanderbilt's offensive efficiency has been outstanding all year. There's different ways to look at that, but Clark Lee says, I want a touchdown or a field goal at the end of every drive, and they've been the best in the SEC at finishing drives that way. Only 3 points in 3 drives so far in the first half. Pavia. So good with his legs, and that's a first down.
You can see right now in this game what Auburn is doing is making it hard with the box count. How many defenders are near the line of scrimmage? They're kind of cheating. It's like, all right, are you going to play in coverage or are you going to play the run? Pavia, that was an intended pass. He just takes off running.
Diego out the backside. Against his body, Richardson. He's got it, and he's down inside the 20. It hurt many. They can make that throw, and what a catch.
He's a right-handed passer. He's rolling to his left, evades that rush from Kieran Crawford, who won right now on the inside. And Tim Beck says, I've never coached a guy who can throw it as well as he does as a right-handed passer, rolling to his left.
Pavia, end zone, touchdown! Junior Sherrill. How about that answer? That was 37 seconds, 3 plays, 75 yards. Junior Sherrill, targeted for the first time today, has now made a catch in 34 straight.
Yeah, well, definitely not their usual modus operandi, but they demonstrated at the end of that Texas game. They were able to move the football quickly if they're running out of time. And boy, that was an explosive drive, and in short order, right here before half. You said it, Taylor. Got to find a way to answer it. They got the stop defensively. Diego Pavia, we've been waiting for. Where's that Pavia magic? Avoid the rush, roll to the left. Look at this throw. It's beautiful to hit Trey Richardson over his sideline shoulder. So you got receivers, when they're running around that left boundary, he's throwing it that way, rolling to his left. He had to, and then he hits Junior Sherrill a strike. And the Vanderbilt Commodore offense exploding. It was kind of quiet to start. You punt, you got that fumble, you get in plus territory, and you fumble the football. 2 open possessions, and they're able to jump right back into this thing.
And you look at those numbers, and you would think that Vandy would be up double digits, instead trailed by a touchdown. Pavia now 105 touchdowns in his career. That leads all active players.
We've got a couple of quarterbacks, Taylor, that are playing great football. I mean, you think about Diego Pavia, so he has to improvise to get that conversion. Very reminiscent of what we've seen from Auburn's quarterback and Ashton Daniels so far in the first half.
If anything, Vanderbilt scored too quickly there because Auburn has all 3 of its timeouts.
Well, as we mentioned, all game long, they've been committed to the tempo, and boy, has that's been the difference. DJ Durkin, the defensive coordinator, now head coach, and Derek Nix on the right. And you see last week, they're going to eclipse those total yards. There's already 236. We got time to play in the first half. They only got 241 last week versus Kentucky. A totally different picture offensively for the Auburn Tigers.
And just remember, folks, that you're watching this with 1:15 to go in the first half. Auburn gets the ball to start the second. Daniels over the top. Incomplete. No flags. Brandon Fontenette wins the battle with Eric Singleton.
Well, that's the matchup that they want, though. I mean, you look out there and you're thinking, okay, Brandon Fontenette versus one of our best athletes in space. And Fontenette, whoa. Well, he got there awful early, never got his head around. Well, we've seen a lot of flags come out on plays like that this season. Surprised we did not see one there.
Instead, 2nd and 10, Cobb to the ground. He takes off again. A first down run up near midfield.
We talked to the Vanderbilt coaches, and they said, look, a lot of their explosive runs is where they kind of spill it out the back door. That's exactly what happened there. Miles Capers just lost that edge contain on the backside.
That was 18 yards. Now Daniels dumps it off to Cobb underneath, and he's tackled near midfield.
A heck of a tackle by Longwell right there, Taylor, in space.
Auburn will not use one of those 3 timeouts yet, but there is a Vanderbilt player down.
And Miles Capers, he was coming, looks like he was working back to that line of scrimmage when he went down.
There are a lot of Auburn people that live in Nashville, Tennessee, that did not like him laying down there, but Capers is being tended to, and hopefully he's okay. Graduate player from Sumter, South Carolina.
Yeah, and that's, you know, you could see he got popped right there at the end. Looked like Nick Rinaldi, who came in his hip to Capers' head, and he got up, but he was kind of staggering around. It's, you know, this year there's an emphasis, right? They don't want to have any impact on the game because you're kind of gaming it with injuries, but there's no question. You see him, he's trying to get up, and he's not right. You know, you can tell that there's no theatrics there.
You hate to see that. He has had an outstanding career here. He's already surpassed his tackles for loss from last year. Massive part of Clark Lee's defense.
Good to see him get up and walk off under his own power. And there's no doubt that he was rattled there. We go back to what you were talking about earlier, Taylor. So Vanderbilt needing to score on that offensive possession, but did it so quickly. And it's not like Auburn came into this game similar to the way they were operating offensively a week ago. We mentioned it. This tempo is, you're effectively in a 2-minute drill. And Derek Nix talked about it. He practiced it this week. He said that was one of the biggest things for me as a play caller was my 2-minute drill and how I was going to call that. DJ Durkin, they had some unscripted plays or periods really in practice because he wanted Derek Nix to get into that flow, that rhythm as a play caller. So they had that practice coming into this game. Now we're seeing it unfold with 41 seconds to play.
And Daniels takes off again, and he breaks tackles. There are flags down as he goes untouched into the end zone. It would have been a 51-yarder. It's Preston Howard, Stinch, that had just checked into the game at tight end.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, it would have been a clean block if he just gets his hands inside. I don't know that it made that much of an impact on the play because Rinaldi's playing downhill. So watch, you freeze it right there, boom. See this hand right here on Rinaldi's back? And so Rinaldi, I don't think Rinaldi even knows where the ball is. He's not even trying to play across his face, but it's a hug. Just get your hands back inside and it cleans it up. Did not need it. Did not need that hand outside. That's a huge penalty, obviously, to take points off the board and back Auburn up.
On 2nd and 10, Daniels on a slant. Good ball into Vanderbilt territory. That is a first down to Coleman. And the clock will stop with 25 seconds as they move the chains.
I'll tell you, Taylor.
Auburn will call timeout, Matt.
Yeah, they're going to stop the clock here. I'm so impressed with Ashton Daniels in this game. I know we've talked about his mobility and buying time, but his ball placement. This guy's not playing like a quarterback who hasn't seen a ton of reps. But a lot of his game was as a runner last year in 2024. He hasn't been able to set his feet in the time that he's gotten in these games. He started in the second half versus Arkansas. He got sacked repeatedly last week versus Kentucky. 7 sacks allowed by this Auburn offense. So when can you ever get going as a passer? We really haven't seen it. And in this game, he's been lights out. We mentioned it. He had that drop earlier by Malcolm Simmons. Otherwise, you're talking about an incredibly clean game as a passer. 12 of 16, call it 12 of 15, right? Considering that one of those hit a receiver right in his hands.
Daniels has a lot of experience playing for Stanford. Lit up Colorado with the help of Elikayo Manor, who now plays for the Titans. Lit up NC State last year. And Daniels here throws the ball to Coleman that's caught short of the marker down to the 38. And Coach Durkin will use another timeout.
A lot of communication pre-snap for Vanderbilt.
Their second of the half.
You know, one of the things we talked about watching this Auburn offense was last week especially, because they were so deliberate in their pacing, there wasn't a lot of moving, a lot of shifts. It didn't really challenge Kentucky before the snap happened. Get your cleats in, see what they're going to line up in, and then play defense.
One thing to think about here is Auburn is at Vanderbilt's 39-yard line. Alex McPherson's long on the season is 47. Now, he blasted one from 53 against Texas A&M when he weighed about 30 pounds more than he does right now. And after all of his medical challenges, he has fought his way back to be a world-class kicker again. But all season we have been wondering, how much strength does he have compared to what he had before those illnesses? What an admirable young man he is. On 2nd and 3, Daniels surveys. And down to the 32. That's a first down to Thompson.
You see Auburn quickly to get over and clock this football.
And save that final timeout.
Pretty good execution. And look, you'll say, look, this is, you know, day one install. You practice situational football. Keep in mind, in only your second start, albeit with an experienced quarterback, but for this team, you've got Ashton Daniels. He's taken snaps from a guy who's played right tackle in his collegiate career. He only started in there as a backup center when Connor Lew went down versus Missouri a couple of weeks ago. Mason Murphy doing an excellent job so far with that first pass in the center quarterback exchange.
Trying to get McPherson a few more yards here, and Cobb will get inside the 30, down to the 29. So this will be right at 46, maybe 47 yards for McPherson.
Timeout, Auburn. Their final of the half.
And a great job that time. Nice push. You mentioned it. Really, they were just trying to play for get that in more of a comfort zone. They ran right downhill, right behind Mason Murphy, who has done a good job solidifying that offensive front. Run game's been much better in this game, and an opportunity where maybe we'll see this play out, Taylor, what you were concerned about. You score too fast, you afford an opportunity to your opponent to get points. And, of course, that touchdown run brought back by the holding penalty. If you're Vanderbilt, part of you's thinking, look, field goal's not the worst case scenario considering you've seen points come off the board.
And this will be 47 yards. McPherson was 6 for 6 2 weeks ago, including a 47-yarder his season long against the Razorbacks. And this one is right through there. Auburn has won all 4 of their games when they've scored 20-plus points. They're 0-5 when they don't get to that number. And they're at that magic number at halftime.
They sprinted out of the gates in this one, Taylor. And, of course, they get the ball first in the second half.
And let's go down to Torrey.
Coach, you get a touchdown and then you hold them to a field goal before the half. What does that do for your team heading into the locker room?
Well, I mean, I'm glad we're within 10 points. There's not a lot to like about our defense right now. I do the 2 field goals there to finish, but we're taking on water. We got to play forward. We got to close some space earlier in the down. I love the drive and the response offensively. I think there's something to be said about the tempo, but we need to reset here and come out and play a really good half of football because obviously we're going to get their best.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Coming up at halftime, you can watch the live performance of the Spirit of Gold Marching Band on SEC Network. Plus, start streaming now on the ESPN app. DJ Durkin is fired up as McPherson makes it a 10-point cushion. We send you to Dari Noka in the studio. stench just had some. Welcome back to SEC Network College Football presented by Sonic. Next to new and old Nissan Stadium, on to the pedestrian bridge over the Cumberland to the west side of Nashville. I love this town. Auburn leads Vanderbilt 20-10, and while Vanderbilt has been the talk of the town all year, the Auburn Tigers offense is the talk of the first half.
Yeah, it's been remarkable, really. I mean, they're setting all kinds of superlatives, things that they haven't done really since their national championship game versus Oregon. We'll get into some of that, but it's the efficiency.
Yeah.
It's the possessions. They've been able to come away with points on all 4 touches, and obviously in a game where it's typically limited. You think about that quick scoring drive by Vanderbilt, 37 seconds, and just as you predicted, Taylor, could have been worse, because Auburn got it in the end zone. A holding penalty took points off the board. Right now, this Auburn offense is humming in a way that we haven't seen in a long, long time.
12 first downs in the second quarter. That's the most they've had in a second quarter since the national championship game against Oregon at the end of the 2010 season. And let's talk about this week's secret recipe, brought to you by Bush's Grill and Beans.
Well, we're talking about the offense. That's a pretty good ingredient, don't you think? How about these third down conversions, the passing game more than anything else? They got Eric Singleton engaged early in this game, but Ashton Daniels repeatedly using his legs, buy time in the pocket, scramble yards downfield, even in QB designed runs. The first passing touchdown that the Auburn offense had seen in 21 quarters to open up the scoring tonight for the Tigers.
And it's Cobb running laterally and losing yardage on the first scrimmage play of the second half. Brian Longwell and Mark Davis there for the tackle for loss. Clark Lee's defense needs a stop.
Negative yardage plays. Weren't able to get many, only 2 in the first half. Now 3 in the game to try to slow down this tempo offense.
Daniels on 2nd and 11, still upright. And Cobb slips a tackle. And instead of losing 4 or 5, he gets back near the original line of scrimmage. That was Joshua Singh that pushed him out.
Well, that's great effort by Joshua Singh, because Cobb breaks that first tackle.
And here's the big play, Matt, where Auburn dominated the first half. 3rd and long.
Repeatedly. And even when protection got there, the pressure got there, Ashton Daniels found a way to make a play, extending some of those downs until his receivers could uncover.
It's a line of scrimmage ball to Singleton, and he can't get free. Vanderbilt gets a 3 and out to start the second half. Nick Rinaldi on the tackle.
Well, that's the start Vanderbilt needed. When we talked about coming into this game, Auburn couldn't have started this game any better defensively. Here in the second half, this is exactly what the Vanderbilt defense needed to do. The first empty possession of the game for the Auburn offense. They typically average 5 punts a game. Now the first time that we'll see the punting unit after an interesting shift to start this down formationally. And Martell Height's a little confused back there at return.
Hudson Cocklake to get out there, and the left-footed punter kicks it away from Height. And it'll roll dead inside the 28-yard line. That is a 43-yarder. Let's send it down to Torrey Petrie.
Well, Taylor, I caught up with Auburn interim head coach DJ Durkin at the half, and he told me that he told his guys in the locker room that, yeah, we had a first half of good football, but that's just one half. This is a 60-minute game. This is a really good football team we are facing, and they're going to come out swinging in this second half. That's exactly what that Vanderbilt defense did. He talked about how his offense has been working really well with that tempo and getting off the field on 3rd down, but they weren't able to do it there.
And Torrey, to your point, and to DJ's point, Diego Pavia was fantastic in that first half. And Diego keeps it here, and he takes on Auburn Tigers past the 30 and pushes the pile a yard further. How about the last drive? 3 plays, 75 yards in just over 30 seconds.
Well, we talked about it. Where's the Pavia magic? We saw him scramble to pick up yards. Then we saw him scramble to throw the football, a dime to Trey Richardson, and then the touchdown throw to Junior Sherrill.
Now he takes a shot down the seam, and what a catch by Stowers. A flag comes in at the end of the play. You believe Auburn had too many people out there.
He dropped it in over Bryce Diaz.
Illegal substitution.
Of course, it's a matchup that they like.
More than 11 players on the field at the time of the snap. That penalty's declined. Result of play is the first down.
Clean enough pocket. What a ball. The placement over 2 defenders that time for Auburn, and an explosive play. He's completed his last 7.
Now he takes a shot, throws it downfield, caught! That is, no, Richardson couldn't make the grab.
Well, Pavia got grilled. This time it was Diaz again coming on that late green dog pressure. See Pavia not rattled by that. He wants to see the result. Richardson can't come up with it. Should have been a catch. Coming back to that throw. Could not quite corral it. Or fast and furious start to this offensive possession. for Vanderbilt. You get that explosive to Stowers, and then you're going for the juggler right on the back end of that one.
And you mentioned it ends the streak of 7 in a row, and it's one of the best balls he's thrown tonight. On 2nd and 10, Pavia loads up again, and another great catch by the best tight end in the game. It's certainly at this level. Eli Stowers, 14 more.
Great hands, and you see this tempo offense from Vanderbilt now. Quick over the ball.
Prior to the snap, replay initiated a review of the previous play. The ruling on the field is to complete the catch.
Well, there are a ton of NFL scouts that are a floor below us in the press box, watching some of the most talented players in college, and I promise they're watching number 9. Let's see if he makes a clean catch here.
I don't see it make contact with the ground. It looked like he had firm control. His hands and arms were underneath that football, it looked like on the first look at it. All I see is cleats and kneecaps on that one.
And assuming that it stands, he has the most receiving yards by any tight end this year in college football. And remember, he's only been playing the position for 2.5 years. He was a quarterback at Texas A&M, and when he started at New Mexico State before Jerry Kill and Tim Beck said, hey, why don't you go line up at tight end?
That's right. Yeah, we were on the field at Texas A&M. We were hearing from the coaches about what a great quarterback prospect he was on the team at that point in the future. And of course, ends up at New Mexico State, and a lot of things changed. Moved to that tight end spot, and as you mentioned, he's really come around, not just as a receiver. You see there, to me, it looks like his hand and that forearm are underneath this football. It doesn't make contact with the turf. It was ruled a catch on the field. To be clear evidence to see that, to be able to overturn the ruling on the field, and you know, maybe there does the. I just don't know if I see it clearly enough to where the ball makes contact with the turf.
Let's see what they've decided.
After video review, the catch has been upheld. It's first down. Vanderbilt during the play. Sideline warning against Auburn.
14 more for the graduate player from Denton, Texas.
Now, what a weapon. Unbelievable. You think about last week, the 7 catches, the 2 touchdowns versus Texas. 6 tonight already early here in the second half. 2 big explosives. Big, big part of this Vanderbilt offense, especially when it comes to the explosive playmaking.
It's Alexander moving from one side of Pavia to the other.
You got Stowers singled up at the bottom of the screen.
Diego goes that way, and he wanted a flag. Here it comes. It'll be thrown on Rayshawn Pleasant.
Pass interference. Defense, number 14. The ball replacing spot on the foul. First down.
I mean, we talked to Tim Beck, and they were saying, look, this guy runs routes like a receiver. So here he is at the bottom of the screen, singled up. Look, the safety's all the way over here. Watch him get across his face. Set him up outside, gets back across. He's underneath it. Pleasant's just all over him to try to prevent that completion. They talked about a route he ran last week versus Texas. He was like, look, that's just incredible route running ability. You got a tight end that can run routes like a receiver. And then he's so eager to get the other snap off, he jumps off. A little false start there.
Number 9, 5-yard penalty.
Hey, you know what that tells you, Taylor? Whenever you see a wide receiver, tight end, any of those guys.
He was getting the ball again?
He's getting the ball. Yeah. I mean, those guys, that ball's going in the air, and more than likely it's coming to you. Those guys get very anxious to get off on the snap.
Can understand why Tim Beck keeps calling his number.
Yeah, he is a matchup problem for any defense.
Diego gets out of there. Watch out. To the corner inside the 5. First and goal, Commodores.
talk about linemen blocking, but Junior Sherrill blocked his tail off in space. They're locked up big time. Pavia able to capitalize to pick up those yards.
Now Alexander to the goal line and in. Exactly the answer that Vanderbilt needed to start the third quarter.
You said it. You get that stop defensively. You force the first punt of the game. And then you get a statement drive. Couple of explosive plays from one of your top playmakers at tight end and Eli Stowers. Diego Pavia making plays with his legs. Receivers getting in on the blocking scheme on the perimeter. And Vanderbilt quickly makes this up. Well, soon to be perhaps a 3-point game.
Confirmed. It was all War Eagle in the first half, but anchor down is alive, Matthew.
You got to start fast in the second half, and Vanderbilt has done it. An explosive play downfield. Stowers, great catches. Diego Pavia able to hurt him with his legs, and the Commodore offense able to uncork that touchdown to set the tone.
These are the best days for Vanderbilt football, maybe ever. Certainly in 70 years. The late, great Mr. McGugan had some great teams in the early part of the 20th century around here. But Vanderbilt has a big fight on their hands tonight, as Auburn's offense has been outstanding, but they did just go 3 and out for the first time. And meanwhile, Vanderbilt's offense is humming.
Well, they finally got going. It was right there towards the end of the half. They got a couple of explosive plays, and they started this half the same way. able to put together some big plays. And of course, to start the second half, as you see the last 2 drives for Vanderbilt, that was the last one's the second quarter, and then of course to start here in the second half, 3 plays of 20 yards or more, 2 of those coming in that last drive, and they got negative yardage plays. Wow, to start this possession, a procedure penalty.
Full start. Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty.
Got left tackle Xavier Chaplin.
Just came out of his stance, Matt.
Yeah, and you know, they went unbalanced with an extra lineman on the goal line earlier, and just, yeah, you can see it. You know, I don't know that he knew that they were going to be shifting Cobb in the backfield. Backed him up. So now again, second possession here in the second half, and already behind the sticks.
Fake to Cobb. Daniels, one-on-one ball to the sideline. And Coleman's out of bounds. It was a great grab as he was fighting with Mark Davis, but none of those feet came down in the green.
Rolling on the field is an incomplete pass.
Well, even when Cam Coleman is covered, he's open. And it's a good job of just forcing him out of bounds. Look at him go up the ladder.
Ooh,
and, I got to tell you.
That's close.
That is close. Yeah, they're going to take another look at it. Wow. And that's a lot of body to force out of bounds.
At right foot of the big 6'3", 200-pounder from Phoenix City, Alabama. A lot of it was in the green. Was any of it on the white?
It's that left foot. I mean, you push in maybe to take a closer look at it. Can you determine if that toe is on any of that white? As you mentioned, you almost wish, you know, when he elevates, wow. Oh, wow. Mark Davis was trying to force him out. He went up with him. Wow, Taylor. It was ruled incomplete on the field.
Now remember, Coleman's foot is the one with the blue.
Yeah, good point.
That's Davis's foot is the white shoe. Coleman's foot is the blue shoe.
Yeah, that right foot. That right foot. I mean, I don't think he's out of bounds. I don't know. It does not look to me like the tip of that toe is on the white. And even when he rolls forward, it looks like it's still in bounds. Watch it roll forward. Man, that is tough. I don't know if it could get any closer.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we had the ultimate judgment call at the end of the Texas-Mississippi State game in this window on SEC Network. And it was overturned there. Certainly looks like from that last replay, there's enough evidence to overturn this one. This is a guy that could be playing football on Sundays in this town in the future.
I always love it, you know, when this happens on the defensive sideline, the help that comes from everyone there, all the coaches, all the guys, like, no, he's obviously out of bounds. I got to tell you, that toe to me looks like that foot landed in bounds. It's close. We don't have it down the line look at it. It's kind of at that angle, but
well, terrific job by our crew to take a look at all these different angles. Mitchell Wilkins, the replay official, and here's Kyle Olson's call.
After video review, it is a completed catch at Vanderbilt's 48-yard line. The receiver's right foot was inbounds when he had control of the ball. First down.
That is a 32-yard reception to the dynamic Cam Coleman, his 9th catch of over 20 yards on the season.
Well, Derek Nix told us. He said, look, and DJ Durkin said early in the week, we're going to be aggressive. And, you know, Derek Nix, we said, what is your fingerprints going to be? We're going to be fast, physical, and fearless. That time, Ashton Daniels trusting Cam Coleman to come up with a big catch, and did.
And now Cobb to the ground, not much. Did he go down, though? They're letting the play continue, and if so, it's a first down. He was wrapped up by Brian Longwell, but I don't know if Longwell put him on the ground.
I don't think that it would have been Cobb's right knee, I think, it would make contact. It did not. No whistle. Great job. Great awareness by Cobb.
15 yards. A play stands. Coleman makes the catch inside the 30.
Take another look at that Cobb run. Longwell's in there. It's that gator roll type tackle. And you see his right knee clearly not making contact with the turf.
Daniels. Good ball to Singleton.
Well, he's seeing it. Ashton Daniels in a rhythm. You think about it, it was ignited by that catch by Cam Coleman. Acrobatic catch that it was. And Auburn able to stand on the gas and lean on the Vanderbilt defense here.
And Singleton has a season high 8 catches for 78 yards in the game. And Coleman again. Can't outrace the defenders. Brian Longwell, Nashville native, has been all over the field tonight. 3-year player, 2-year starter.
Well, that time, Vanderbilt begging Auburn to throw the football. It was coverage 0. C.J. Hurd was all the way up at the line of scrimmage before he buzzed out.
And Daniels moves the other way. That was a dangerous ball. The first mistake he's made tonight, and Fontenette almost made him pay.
You said it, Taylor. Just a half rollout, and Fontenette was underneath that route. If he jumps it just a little bit earlier, he's running through the catch the other direction. If nothing else, perhaps coming up with it. As it is, it's a pass breakup. Vanderbilt's got 5 potential rushers up front. Some confusion in the back end. Fontenette has subbed himself out of the game. They're going to have to take a timeout.
Timeout, Vanderbilt.
He thought he was supposed to come out.
Big 3rd down where Auburn's been so good tonight. Coming up next. Ashton Daniels is 20 of 25 in this game tonight, starting for Auburn at number 16 Vanderbilt. Auburn is 4 of 6 on 3rd down tonight, and he's been particularly impressive on 3rd and long.
Well, he's 4 of 5 on 3rd downs. He's got 3 passing conversions. The 4th conversion in this game was a scramble by Ashton Daniels. The difference in this Auburn 3rd down offense has been the quarterback play of Ashton Daniels tonight. He's been able to extend it or scramble or find a target downfield to get the conversion. So far, number 12 has been deadly in extending these drives on the big 3rd downs.
And he'll run. And he'll be stopped. Oh, and your flags come in at the end of the play here. There was Perry Thompson.
He was out there. It looked like he was tangled up with Jalen Lackey.
There are 2 fouls, one by each team after the play. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense, number 3. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 3. Those penalties offset. It's 4th down.
So they end up offsetting, but watch right here. So it's these 2 guys right here. Yeah, well, I'm going to give you a face massage. No, let me return the favor.
Well,
the head linesman's like, no.
A lot of times you catch the second guy. They called both of them that time. McPherson 2 for 2 tonight. And this from 38 for number 38. And Auburn's lead is 6. It feels like the last team with the ball is going to win this game. This time of year, we'd like to salute all of our nation's veterans, past and present, as we take a look at some of the courageous soldiers from around the globe, proudly showing off their school pride. They're yelling War Eagle and Anchor Down from every continent, every part of the globe, as they protect this incredible nation of ours. And just please know, we are grateful. This Tuesday, we celebrate Veterans Day. We celebrate all these people, past and present, that serve this great nation. And I know from all parts they're watching this one right now, and we've got a good one. As Vandy comes back on the field, and just a reminder after this, TV Tommy, Jordan, and Cole are in Lexington, 7:30 Eastern, SEC Network. Kentucky hosts Florida. It's also available on the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. And part of the reason why Kentucky's been in these games in recent weeks is because they've gotten better play. Quarterback Cutter Boley has been really good the last 3 weeks. Of course, last week they beat Auburn 10-3. Mark Stoops' defense is pretty strong.
Yeah, they find ways, right? That's just a gritty football team. They win ugly. They've had a hard time of it this year, trying to string in back-to-back conference victories for the Wildcats.
Vanderbilt has never led tonight. They're down 6 with the ball here, with the dynamic Diego. And he's going to lose yardage back at the 22-yard line. Amaris Williams and Xavier Atkins.
Well, that time he gets out of the pocket, but Xavier Atkins all season long. I mean, when they got him in here, they thought this guy's turned into a tackling machine, and he eats up a lot of ground. I think Pavia thought he was going to have a little bit more time to deliver that football, and Atkins just closed so quickly. He was on top of Pavia before he could unload it.
First sack
yards play there.
It's first sack for either team in the game. On 2nd and 12, Pavia will throw short to Stowers, and he crosses the 25 out to the 27.
Yeah, he's just, you talk about the physical traits that he has, but they ask him to do so much. He's a Campbell Trophy finalist. It's like the academic Heisman. He's a smart player. You got him lined up now, split out, not just a tight end, out there as a wide receiver oftentimes.
Does Diego look for him again on 3rd and 7? And he's looking that way. Yes, first down.
He's just, you know, he's far and away their top most targeted receiver on 3rd downs. Most targeted receiver, period. But you can see why as they go quickly after the 1st down.
Pavia. Pressure is picked up. Wide open downfield. It's Trey Richardson. It's a Vanderbilt touchdown. There was a bust in the Auburn secondary, and Vanderbilt makes them pay 57 yards.
Just confusion. They clearly thought he was going to have safety help over the top. Confusion on the perimeter. And Trey Richardson, he started this game with a big explosive play, ended up with a punt. They couldn't capitalize on that drive. But the tempo caught Auburn off guard. They kind of changed. This is a methodical offense, typically very deliberate in their pacing. But they've been more up-tempo. They were on their first possession, and then here, standing on the gas.
Auburn was up 17-3. Vanderbilt leads for the first time. It's now 24-23.
So you get that throw to Stowers, they come out. So here's Richardson up here, right? You see this, the corner's just working underneath. The safety had sunk down. Well, here's Richardson right here. He's all by himself. Confusion on the outside, on the perimeter. The challenge, that's what tempo does. It forces that defense to communicate on the back end. And Trey Richardson just leaks behind the coverage. Pavia, and Richardson kind of geared it down. You know, wide open here. He had to kind of step on the gas again. Able to reel that one in. Missed an explosive earlier. Came back to the throw, and Pavia bought time. At that time, able to connect for yet another explosive play for the Vanderbilt offense. That's 3 drives now where they've been able to put together multiple 20-plus yard plays.
I know Diego's played a lot of college football, Matt.
Yeah.
Maybe more than some thought he would. He has over 9,000 career passing yards with that most recent throw.
Wow. Yeah. And you think about that number, outstanding. Part of it's because, you know, a lot of these quarterbacks, especially ones that are piling up numbers, they're not staying for 4 years, right? They're not putting together as long careers regardless. That's hard to do versus air.
He does have 107 touchdowns. That's the most accounted for of any active player in the game. Ashton Daniels, wide open throw over the middle of the field, and it's Singleton again having this season high night.
And a couple of times where we've seen Vanderbilt play coverage, drop an 8, and Ashton Daniels has done a great job of diagnosing and find the spot. Again, Eric Singleton.
Daniels, and again, wide open Singleton. It's his 10th catch. It's Stowers and Singleton showing off for both schools, playing pitch and catch with their quarterbacks.
The head linesman was the one that whistled that play dead. I'm not sure why. It has something to do with the chain crew, it looks like. I think what he's saying is it's a first down. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, because the chain gang was thinking it was 2nd and inches.
Rolling on the field is a first down. The chains need to be reset.
And if you're Auburn, now that you're clicking, you almost wonder, given the tempo, would you prefer to just run a 2nd and inches play?
On first down, Daniels faces pressure off his back foot, and he throws in no man's land, and there is no Auburn Tiger over there, and Daniels was still between the tackles.
Yeah, they're going to drop the flag. Yeah. I do think that Daniels expected.
Offense, number 12. The ball replaced the spotting foul. Loss of bounds, 2nd down.
So he was expecting a receiver to be over there. And look, it's, in that original tackle box, you got to be outside that pocket. You see the pressure right now. And look, you would have to be outside of that just about. He was not. Ball, of course, crossed the line of scrimmage, but just no receiver in the area.
C.J. Hurd forcing that 7-yard loss, and he gets a sack.
Remember that last drive by Auburn, they were able to overcome the false start to start their drive. Now they're behind the sticks here on the 2nd down, 10+.
Cobb gets it back. And it'll be 3rd and 10 as Wood makes the tackle.
Another 3rd down. Repeatedly, they have been looking for Eric Singleton. Not on the field now. They're going to keep that personnel out there. Malcolm Simmons and Cam Coleman to the left side of that formation. Barry Thompson, who is one of the heavily targeted receivers on 3rd downs, to the right side of the formation, the top of your screen.
They started 4 for 4. They're 0 for their last 3 on 3rd down. Daniels is in trouble, and he's going to have to throw it away. Bryce Cowan put him on the ground, and Auburn will have to punt.
So what they did, they run this twist game. So watch them roll around on the edge. And what that accomplishes more than anything else is containment. And we've seen this repeatedly as Rinaldi got in there as well. But you're able to keep Ashton Daniels from being able to escape that pocket. He took a pretty big hit at the end of it.
Yeah, you're right. Rinaldi first to him. And Cox 2nd punt. And Height calls for a fair catch just in front of the 15-yard line.
You think here in the 2nd half, Taylor. So the Vanderbilt defense doing a much better job. We talked about that first half. For Auburn, it's touchdown, touchdown, field goal, field goal. You force the punt to open the 2nd half. You're able to get in there and score yourself. Obviously, you give up the field goal to Auburn after a couple explosives of their own right. The great catch by Cam Coleman on the boundary to kind of spark that drive, but you found a way to get a stop and force that field goal attempt. Then, of course, Trey Richardson uncovered that busted coverage by Auburn, and he forced this other punt. The Commodore defense starting to gain its footing a little bit versus the Auburn offense and their tempo approach.
This is M.K. Young, and there's not much going there. Gets a couple of yards as Xavier Atkins, the SEC's leading tackler, is there again. Auburn has given up 24 points in a game before, but never more than this. And Pavia throws short. Stowers will dive forward. It'll be another third down for Vandy at their own 21-yard line. Ohio State and Indiana, number 1 and number 2, are the other teams that haven't given up 24, at least going into today's action.
Here's Stowers up here at the top of the screen.
Pavia throws deep. Sherrill over his head. And that's a 3 and out for the Vanderbilt offense.
Maybe got a little bit greedy on that one because it looked like Richie Hoskins was going to pop open. Pavia wanted to push the ball downfield to Junior Sherrill, overthrew that one. And you're right, so here's Auburn defense now here in the second half, asserting itself. 3 and out there. That's the first 3 and out of the game for Vanderbilt offensively.
Nick Haberer off the side of his foot. It does take a Vanderbilt bounce. I love golf. I hate the word that I'm supposed to use when it goes off the side of your foot. It's a 43-yard punt.
You still say that, though, if you do that and then it ends up on the green? Because that wasn't such a bad...
Sort of a shank. Tuesday's SEC Network men's basketball doubleheader. Third-ranked Florida hosts rival Florida State at 7 Eastern at the O'Connell Center. Then Ole Miss hosts Penny Hardaway in Memphis. Both games also available on the all-new ESPN app. Should be a great night for hoops as this crossover part of the season.
The pressure got to Ashton Daniels the previous possession. Forced that intentional grounding.
Cobb hesitates and takes off. Another first down run. It's just the 12th carry that he's had tonight. But 11 more yards as the junior from Montgomery approaches 100.
Yeah, nice blocking on the inside of that offensive front. And we keep talking about that change, getting some size and experience in there at center with Mason Murphy. Nice push, too, by Dylan Wade.
Cobb again. You could see Brian Longwell expecting that and came up to make the tackle.
But in this game, so you can see it, this offense for Auburn, they too are going to stay committed. Make sure that you have to respect that ground game, continuing to get those carries.
And Daniels will take off. And Ashton has a first down run. Wanted to throw it, but instead he uses his legs. What a weapon. First down, Auburn.
RPO, and you're giving him a pass look. There were 6 defenders in the box, only 5 potential blockers. But Ashton Daniels, even after that decision to pass, hurting him with that scramble game.
And Daniels over the top. Coleman, just throw it up. He'll make the catch. One-on-one ball over height. 21 more.
Yeah, it's just a box out play. I got you one-on-one. I'm going to put some height on this thing. Cam Coleman, it's just like going up for a rebound. You guys all a 6'2". I think he plays a lot longer than that. Repeatedly, he will go up and high point a football. Martell Height's not a small guy. He's given up a couple of inches. Cam Coleman made it look easy.
On a sweep at Singleton, but it's going to be whistled.
Yeah, they weren't quite set. They were wanting to go fast, it looked like there, and they just were a little bit early. I think Murphy might have been a little bit late with the snap. You see that sometimes. We hadn't seen it at all. I mean, that's been a clean operation all night with the new center in there, literally. Not even a center, with a tackle at center.
Right.
It's been very clean. That time, I think it was Murphy that was a little bit late. Too many guys moving early. Usually it's the center in that one.
Good distinction there. You're not a center. You're a tackle just happening to be snapping the ball. Mason Murphy has been a right tackle all year.
He's done a great job so far tonight, not just snapping the football.
Omar Mabson on his first carry of the game. And he gets a couple down inside the 25-yard line near the original line of scrimmage. True freshman from right there at Auburn High School who's become the supplemental back to Cobb after Damari Alston, who's no longer at the program as of a few weeks ago. He goes off, Cobb back in.
Malcolm Simmons coming in as well. He's usually their motion guy, their fly sweep guy. And there he is motioning through.
And now Daniels. He certainly does not hesitate in traffic. He gets a few more, but another big third down.
Daniels a big guy, 6'2", 220. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. Maybe it's the announcer jinx, because Auburn had been very proficient on third down. Daniels this time accompanied with a back in the backfield with Cobb. And see if Vanderbilt's able to get home, showing pressure again. And Fontenette bluffing out there on the perimeter. They've been able to affect the passer here in the second half.
Well, you said it. They converted their first 4. They haven't in their last 4. Daniels goes through the whole route tree. Nothing's open. He stays upright and throws. Incomplete. And now a flag comes in at the end of the play. Jeremiah Cobb, the intended target. Could that ball have been caught?
I don't know that that's a catchable pass. That's a great observation. I mean, after extending that play, at that time Vanderbilt kind of cage rushing Ashton Daniels. And Nick Rinaldi was able to get that pressure on him ultimately. I'm not sure that was a catchable ball.
I think that's what those two guys are talking about. Back judge and the field judge.
Field judge threw the flag.
There are 2 fouls during a play, 1 by each team. Pass interference, offense, number 8. Pass interference, defense, number 23. First penalty's offset. It's still third down.
All right, we've seen that a couple of times. So there's a pass interference on both teams.
The players' numbers are switched.
It's Coleman's.
Okay, so it's Hurd. They're calling it on defense. They're Cobb that they're calling it on offense. They have the wrong numbers. Reverse that. So they called it on both of those guys that had that one-on-one fight.
Yeah.
Regardless, we'll do it again. And Ashton Daniels has the ball. And he has a first down and a touchdown.
Wow. I got Clark Lee is incensed. Clark Lee's on the 5-yard line. Talking to the officials, he can't believe it. He wants a holding penalty. I'm not sure he's wrong. Preston Howard has the key block on that touchdown run by Ashton Daniels. I'm surprised that, I very rarely would quote-unquote lobby or observe a holding penalty for obvious reasons. But Clark Lee can't believe it. Ashton Daniels able to find a way to get it in there.
Yeah, Auburn decides it's too early to go for 2. They have a 6-point lead again.
And look at Clark Lee. He can't believe it. He's still getting after the line judge.
You got to be careful here, too.
Yeah, we saw. You're right. So watch. And they've already gotten Howard for a hold before. So he's running. Yeah, it's a tackle. I don't know. That's a full-blown, you tackle the guy. I don't know how that's not a holding penalty. We saw one earlier that brought back a touchdown run that ended up being a field goal right before half that, letter of the law were Howard's hands outside. Yeah, they were. I don't think it impacted the play. That it very much did. No flag came out. Clark Lee can't believe it.
Well, this time last week in this same window on this same network, Bobby Petrino got a personal foul.
Yeah.
And it led to Mississippi State's comeback. But the field judge never took his flag out. He had his hand on it.
Just in case. Never know. I got to tell you, what an answer. So for Auburn to work their way down the field, got that offsetting penalties to even afford that second third down attempt.
Vanderbilt will get it down 6 at the 25. Let's go back to the studio in Darinoka. A&M on their way to 9-0.
Wow.
To start the season. If that stands, up 3 touchdowns. Remember, Bo Prabula injured on this field a couple weeks ago for Missouri, and they're a different team without him. But credit to where credit's due. Meanwhile, Pavia down 6 with the ball again. And Diego pumps and takes off and gets a first down and outraces the defense and past midfield. My goodness.
So Auburn brought pressure again, and Pavia is just able to escape outside. He's so good at escaping outside, but still picking up positive yards.
That was 28 yards. Runs around again and dumps it off, and Stowers does make that catch. As we approach near the end of the third quarter here, what a wild game this has been. Both offenses have been electric.
And this offense for Vanderbilt, very different.
Pavia surveys and too far in front of Stowers, but a flag. Jaquez Robinson.
Pass interference, defense, number 5. Yeah. The ball replaces spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
So coming into this game, no offense huddled more than Vanderbilt. This whole half, they have been out of the no huddle. Quick over the ball. Now watch this. Right over the middle. Nice pocket for Pavia right there. Easy call. They're slowing up Stowers. It even started before we saw him enter the frame there. Extends and picks up some free yardage off the penalty.
Pavia has 92 yards rushing to go with his 267 yards passing. Route tree finds Sherrill. First down, still upright, still in bounds, inside the 15.
Again, great protection up front, and Pavia just whips that ball out there. We saw him in warm-ups. Got great hands. We mentioned it earlier. Can catch it quickly. I don't think he gets the laces a lot of times. That time he had time to do it. But man, they're right here on the doorstep.
We go to the fourth quarter. What a fight we've had so far tonight with Auburn and Vanderbilt. Auburn's offense has been awesome tonight as we go to the fourth quarter in Nashville, and this town is filled with stars, and all of them have their own venue these days. Diego Pavia does too. Yeah. It's the West End of Nashville First Bank Stadium, and he has to take the lead back right here.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity to do it. I mean, just playing lights out, almost 300 yards passing, nearing 100 yards rushing. In both these quarterbacks, it's been a battle, both of them as dual threats. Boy, it has been quite the duel between the two of them. Almost 900 yards of offense in this game. Nobody was anticipating that.
First and 10, Pavia inside the 15. And Diego will keep the football. Outrace defenders and throw short. And that's Hoskins that makes the catch inside the 10.
Yeah, that time, Pavia having to reverse out like that just to buy a little bit of time. Did a good job of it. We said that over and over again. We actually saw a great ball from him rolling to his left before we hit Trey Richardson. So you've got that available. Both sides really so athletic. He can roll to his left as a right-handed passer, still be just as effective. Had to be there to kind of salvage that down.
On 2nd and 3, Diego design quarterback run, touchdown! Commodores have a rushing touchdown now in 14 straight games. That's the longest streak they've had.
The touchdown is under video review.
In 13 years. That is assuming this call is upheld. That stat remains true. We'll make sure he got to the end zone. What a player.
Yeah. I mean, just you watch the guy, you watch him in pregame, and you're going, he could be a high school quarterback size-wise. You're looking at him, and his game's way bigger than his stature. Now the question is, where's that football? It looked like his left knee may have glanced the ground, right? Nah.
I mean, it was twisting.
He's in. I don't see. Does his knee make contact with the ground right there? It doesn't look like it does. Looks like he's spinning. Nah. I think that's 6.
Maybe part of his calf, but not the knee. And to your point, when you do see a guy like this that doesn't blow you away with physical traits, it kind of makes it more impressive.
We just got done talking about it.
The ruling of a touchdown is upheld.
Yeah.
99 yards rushing with that touchdown, 295 yards passing. And Auburn hasn't had a defensive game like this all season.
Both they haven't. It's amazing because for Auburn, it's like the inverse of the year, right? Defensively, they've not seen this. Offensively, they've not done this. So the offense finds itself, and the defense, for the first time all year, hemorrhaging points much more than they have all season long.
Taylor remains perfect. Vanderbilt back on top.
Well, the punctuation mark was this one, so watch your left guard's going to pull and kick out, and then Cedric Alexander. We talked about it. These guys are unselfish. Little counter, lead them up in there. Find somebody to block, kid. Pavia says, I'll do it on my own. Touchdown.
Listen to First Bank Stadium on the west end of Nashville. Incredible job renovating this place, and it is up for grabs with just over 14 minutes to go. Let's take a look at the impact players brought to you by Hardee's.
Well, we've seen a back and forth battle, but it's been because of the quarterback play for both sides. Ashton Daniels has been excellent in this game as a passer, as a runner. Sounds a lot like this guy. We've been talking about him for 2 years now. Probably should have been paying attention to him for 3. Throwing it, passing it, keeping plays alive. Both of their abilities to improvise after the snap has fueled their offensive numbers. And look at them.
Combined, they're 41 of 50.
If you love defense, you're not real happy.
Daniels had it swatted away. How about Randon Fontenette reading that play perfectly?
We've seen Vandy now bring this edge pressure from the perimeter a couple of times. It's gotten home. It forced an intentional grounding earlier. This time Fontenette right in the path of that throw. Great job getting your arms up. You know you're not going to get there. You certainly don't want to risk a roughing penalty if you're late. Get up and knock that ball down.
On 2nd and 10, Daniel stands in there and throws a good ball to Coleman. And he lost the football. It's on the ground. I think he wrestled. Let's see. Did he wrestle it back?
Fumble recovered by the offense. It's 3rd down.
Wow.
Wow. I got to tell you, that's a great job by Jeremiah Cobb to get out there and cover this football up. Cam Patterson in there, and yeah, that ball's definitely out. Brian Longwell had a chance at this. How in the world does Cobb get that football?
It was Mark Davis that forced it. It's 3rd and 7. Pressured, he gets out of there, but goes down back at the 20, and then ball's on the ground again. Bryce Cowan with the sack. Fortunately for Auburn, they recover fumbles on consecutive plays.
Wow. Yeah, Bryce Cowan, not only with the sack, forces that fumble. The ball came out. Great job with the pressure early. You see Cowan kind of swatted that football. Daniels a little bit loose with it. It was Mason Murphy who was able to get in there and jump on that football. Auburn is lucky to be able to make this punt. Twice the ball ends up on the ground. Both times took valiant efforts to maintain possession.
Hudson Coxman playing keep away from Martell Height. He kicks this one to him at the 32. He's bottled up right there. Vanderbilt has the lead, and Diego has the football when we come back in Nashville.
SEC football is presented by Sonic. Create a free Coca-Cola your way, any size, any flavor, in the Sonic app, and in part by T-Mobile 5G home internet.
Pavia has been terrific in his house tonight here in Nashville. 5 yards short of 300 passing, 1 yard short of 100 rushing.
How's that? That's pretty incredible production. You see that? 3 total touchdowns, 3 incompletions. How's that for efficiency? The Vanderbilt offense had that 1 3-and-out earlier in the third quarter. Otherwise, it's been finding ways to get into the end zone here in the second half.
On 1st and 10, he takes a deep shot over the head of Richardson. Good coverage there by Rayon Strader. You know, Pavia, I asked him back this yesterday, offense coordinator, and I already knew the answer to it, but I asked anyway. I said, do you want him to set his feet? Do you want him to go through his mechanics? And he said, no, I want him to be comfortable. And if that means he's running against his body, throwing awkwardly sidearm passes, so be it. Whatever he's comfortable with is fine.
That was a great answer. I want him to be comfortable, right? I'm going to force this guy to be something that he's not. And boy, that formula has certainly worked for those two. What a pairing.
Pavia pumps and he's going down. A flag does come in as Atkins gets the sack on the blitz. This came from well away from the play by the field judge.
He timed his blitz really well, did Atkins. Maybe a little too good.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 14. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It's the first time they've really gotten to Pavia tonight with pressure. And it doesn't stand because Rayshawn Pleasant committed a face mask penalty.
They timed that blitz right up the middle. When we talk about it, when you've got these mobile quarterbacks, where you want pressure is inside out. What you don't want is to have any escape lanes up and through the pocket. And the pressure couldn't have been better, and it got home, of course, by Atkins, only to be undone by the penalty. So here's Pleasant. He just reaches out and gets a handful of face mask. Easy call, working against Trey Richardson.
Instead of a loss of 10, it's a gain of 15. And a fresh set of downs for Diego. Stepping up again. And that was a wide throw, trying to find Cole Spence underneath.
Well, I got to tell you, that was a heck of a pass rush inside by Malik Blockton. I mean, that's the difficulty when you're inside at guard. You're not isolated like you are at tackle, but everything's accelerated. You either win or lose quickly. And Blockton, right now, was on top of Pavia, forced him to press up into the pocket, that errant throw because of it. Otherwise, you know, we've seen Auburn's gotten pressure, but Pavia's been able to buy time, kind of clean his own pocket up. That time, really the past 2 plays, Auburn's been able to affect Pavia as a passer.
On 2nd and 10, shovel pass. Look at that decision, and it's a first down to Alexander.
You know, it's just, we talked about it earlier. You know, he ran it to the right, and it ended up being a shovel pass with his left hand. That time he pushes it forward with his dominant hand, his passing hand. Maybe could have kept running, really. It was almost like, hey, man, why don't you get in on the action? Cedric Alexander able to pick up another 4 or 5 yards after that reception. Injured player on the field at the end of this one.
It's the first time Diego's had back-to-back 300-yard games in his career. Last week he threw for a career-high 365. This week he has 308. Blockton will come off the field again.
Yeah, that's the second time he's been a little shaken up. He looks like he's okay. He was shaken up a little bit earlier in the first half. He had that great pass rush earlier. Definitely looks a little bit upset. Not sure what happened there. Took his helmet from him, but he left the field pretty easily. Regardless, you got Vanderbilt moving this football. They had that 1 3-and-out earlier in this half. Otherwise, they've been able to move the football pretty effectively here.
So much time left in the game, and Pavia and Vanderbilt slow it down a bit as he goes over 100 yards rushing with that one down to the Auburn 35.
So now just kind of weaving his way through the defense. You know, that time he waited so long that Auburn kind of undressed their pressure. They brought slot pressure. You could see it.
And now over the middle, incomplete. Trying to find Richardson on the slant, but Jay Crawford was in there to force third down.
Good defense by Jay Crawford. Because this ball right here is on the money, and I'm not sure, I don't know, Crawford might have disrupted Richardson's vision of that football. Otherwise, that's a completed pass. As it is, but one of these third downs, and we've seen it repeatedly, even when Auburn has been able to collapse the pocket, even earlier on, that penalty was able to undo it to extend this drive. Looks like they might only bring 4 here.
Diego moves the pocket, and wide open is Sherrill into the Auburn secondary for another Vanderbilt first down.
And just able to get it to Sherrill so quickly. When we talk about there's not a lot of rollouts that they've had to get to, that time you kind of move the pocket to ensure he's got a clean platform.
Diego downfield, Stowers, first and goal.
You see Pavia already signaling. Get over the ball, get that formation. He's already got that formation communicated to his teammates.
And Alexander, not much, but bouncing off defenders there, at least briefly.
No substitution. You're trapping the defensive personnel on the field. Remember, Malik Blockton came off the field earlier, one of the interior defensive linemen for Auburn. Auburn was barely set before they took that snap. They the past couple of snaps.
This guy comes off the field, 11 catches tonight for 113 yards.
And you think they went quick after that big catch by Stowers. He took a huge shot. They had to line up quickly. They ran to the opposite side of the formation from Stowers that time. Now they got 3 tight ends in there to the right side of the formation.
Young tackle for loss, hit immediately by Big Jay Hardy.
Yeah, Jay Hardy just gobbling up that mesh point right there where you're working that handoff. You're trying to read it. And Jay Hardy's right on top of it. And Pavia may be thinking, I want that one back. Maybe I'll pull that one and get on the edge.
We had several McCallie and Baylor kids over in the Chattanooga area playing in this game tonight. It's a big high school rivalry in this state. Hardy's one of them playing at McCallie. Now third and goal for Pavia.
There's Stowers, substituted back into the game inside of those 3 receivers.
Toss to Alexander. Touchdown.
At that time, Taylor Clark-Lee was down on the 5-yard line, same 5-yard line, incidentally, where he was taking exception to the officiating. That time he was celebrating. Fired up was the head coach of the Vanderbilt Commodores. Option football. Out on the edge, pitching it with that left hand out to Cedric Alexander to get in the end zone.
That's the 28th rushing touchdown for Vanderbilt on the season. That's the 12th total touchdown for Cedric Alexander. Pavia makes the defense commit, Stench, and Alexander pays it off. Vanderbilt up 8 in Nashville. Vanderbilt was down 14 in the first half. They're up 8 now in the fourth quarter. Great effort by Auburn tonight, especially on offense. Best performance we've seen from Derek Nix, from quarterback Ashton Daniels, and Auburn's offense all season. They find themselves down 8 as Diego Pavia is having another epic performance. Tell us about the latest touchdown.
Yeah, let's go back to that one. We talked about Keldrick Falk, probably one of the most difficult guys to block. So you know what you do? Here's Falk right here at the end of the line. You don't block him. You pitch off of him. So this is the option look. Watch Pavia. Makes Falk commit. You got to honor him as a runner. That's an easy read, an easy pitch out there to Alexander, who is on the edge. That's how you get into the end zone. We talk about it. You don't run at number 15 for Auburn very much, but if you do, you better have a plan for it. That was a great play design to get Vanderbilt into the end zone for that answer.
How does Ashton Daniels answer? He takes off and gets a few yards as we go down to Torrey.
Well, guys, when I talked to Diego Pavia before this game, he told me this one was going to be a race to see who could score 24 points first. Well, we are way above that, so this has certainly not been the game anyone has expected. Even Vanderbilt head coach Clark Lee said, I'm okay if drives end in kicks. Even if my quarterback doesn't like that, I'm pretty sure he's glad that his quarterback scored some touchdowns.
Wide open over the middle of the field, and there's Coleman. They can't get him on the ground, and he's in to Auburn territory. Instead of a defensive slugfest, we have had a shootout here in Nashville tonight.
You can see great play by Coleman, but also he is definitely injured. He could barely line up. Had to put his hand on the ground.
We got 26 yards, and now Cobb goes off. That's a first down run into the Vanderbilt secondary.
You see Cam Coleman substituting himself off the field, and it looks like, yeah, that was a big collision coming downhill. Big shot. Looked like it was Dante Carter's. You see Cam Coleman. He's trying to shake it off. He had to get lined up
on the field for a player injury.
See if they could run it. I think Dante Carter, who was in on that big hit on the handoff, a little bit shaken up.
He was on the injury report this week, Matt, banged up in practice, but able to play tonight. He's one of the biggest high school recruits to ever come to Vanderbilt out of the state of Texas.
Good to see him make it off the field under his own power. Looks like he's going to be okay. It was a big shot, though. But you could see, get that explosive play, and that's the mindset. Been very aggressive all night long, has Auburn. They come right back with a quick run to Cobb. You see that big collision there with Dante Carter. He immediately, those hands to his head. I think he probably scrambled his eggs a little bit there. They'll definitely evaluate him on the sideline. Regardless, you see Auburn quick out of the huddle to this lineup.
Cobb hit immediately, but hold on. It won't count.
They got lined up quickly here. They're trying to.
Start. Offense. Not all 11 players were set prior to the snap. The 5-yard penalty. Let's go first down.
It's got a little bit eager, right? They're coming out of that break, out of the injury timeout, and just trying to get a quick line up there. And that ball ended up getting snapped a little bit too quickly.
And Auburn penalties have been a part of the story here, especially in the second half. That's now 10 on Auburn tonight. Vanderbilt's only committed 2.
Yeah, that's been a big difference, too. You know, Vanderbilt typically a disciplined team. Much more heavily penalized. It's been a quiet night in that regard for the Doors. Much cleaner football.
Mabson. No, they fake it. Daniels took off and dives as he's upended at the 30 by Colby Taylor.
Heck of a read by Daniels a couple of times. Really good ball handling. And you can see a comfort zone for him. Nice read. You can see closing in was Fontenette off the edge. That's an easy pull decision, but made possible because of that ball handling in the backfield.
And surveys, and a good ball for a first down to Simmons, or right at it. Yep, it will be a first.
Daniels a little bit shaken up. Brian Longwell was coming on a blitz, got there right as Daniels let it go, and he's shaken up. In fact, he was, I got to tell you, I think it happened even before Longwell got there. I don't know that. I thought at first he got stepped on. I don't think so. It's like as he threw it. Yeah, that's what it was. Longwell just stepped on his toe. He'll be all right. Hurts for a minute.
What a game for Daniels. 307 yards passing. Once more. In the corner of the end zone. Did Coleman catch that?
Wow.
Are you kidding? Wow. Somehow that ball found Coleman's hands behind Martell Hyde.
On the field is a touchdown.
I mean, if we weren't here watching this live, like if this was on social media, you'd say, oh, that's AI, because the ball clearly went through Martell Hyde to get to Cam Coleman. How does he make this catch? That's a one-handed catch. That's blind. I don't think he could even see this football because Martell Hyde, that's amazing tracking ability to come up with that touchdown.
Did he have possession of it? I'm sure they'll take a look at that. It looks like he has control as he goes to the ground.
Yeah. Just has to have firm control. You don't have to have two hands on it. Wow, juggles it, tips it to himself. I think that's a catch. That is two. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
you can't believe it.
Exactly.
That's not the surrender cobra. What is that? You're happy it happened.
Go for dose time here, brought to you by Dos Equis to tie the game. Daniels, Coleman. No, are you kidding? You just can't stop this guy. He has 8 catches for 110 yards and a touchdown in the second half, and that two-pointer.
That's the weapon that we've been waiting to see maybe all season long. If you're an Auburn fan, you've been watching this offense kind of slop its way through the season. Cam Coleman hadn't been the season you would have expected. That's 3 catches, 2 back-to-back that are circus catches. This is unreal. Look at this guy. I just need one hand. That time he went with the right hand. The left hand did the touchdown. The right hand does the two-point conversion. And what do you do? I mean, that's just fantastic. That's body control. Look at that.
That's the touchdown.
That's the lefty. All right, so the left hand does the work there. That's worth 6. And now we're going to come right back to you for that two-pointer. Why don't you use your right hand for that two-point? Just to change it up. Keep it interesting. What a night. And remember the third down catch right on the boundary. How did he make that one?
I want to mention something that DJ Durkin told us last night. He said the reality is now in college football, when you have a coaching change, that everybody's going to call your big prospects about what they're going to do in the future. And DJ Durkin said, I want you to commit to this team right now. Cam Coleman certainly has done that, and so have his teammates tonight.
There's no doubt that number 8, he's selling out in this one. Look at that. And that ball hit him right in the palm of that glove. Right hand, that right hand didn't even have to get a part of it. Could take the down off. Just incredible. Not just catch ability, but for his ability to track that football through Martell Hyde. That's amazing concentration.
There are people downstairs right now that are thinking about the 2026 draft. They might also want to think about the 2027 NFL draft when Cam Coleman becomes eligible for it. Diego, it's your turn. 5:27 to go in the game. Pavia throws, and Stowers incomplete. That's Robert Woodyard on the coverage.
And you think back to that last possession. And the way that they're starting this one now, right? So you're trying to get it to Stowers right out of the gate. Couldn't quite make the completion. And you can see what Auburn is doing with their stunts up front. They're looping their edge rushers back to the inside, close up some of that potential scramble rush lanes for Diego Pavia if he wants to take off through the pocket.
Surveys across the middle. What a catch. Laying the lumber was Robinson, and Stowers held on. He is down, though.
He's taking some big shots. You think about the previous touchdown drive, and probably, I don't know, it might have gotten the wind knocked out of him there. You hope nothing worse. able to hang on to that catch. You think about the big catch on the earlier, the touchdown drive makes it. They ran a play, and then Stowers substituted off, was able to come back into the game. Watch this, concentration, knows he's probably going to take a big hit, and does. That's a clean hit, but a big one. You see Stowers pop up. He's heading off the field now. Looks like he's going to be okay, but that's a body blow, a big one.
Outstanding play by Robinson. From Alabama to Colorado to Auburn.
And 3rd and short right here. And what we've seen is the QB run game, right? That counter earlier. A lot of the runs to the perimeter, we've seen some option looks. You see that big tight end set. See all these guys? These are all big tight ends. None of them realize Stowers. So big bodies to the left side. Last time what we saw, inside runs, a QB counter, running it downhill.
On the 3rd and 1, Pavia, he's right there. Let's see. It looks like he might be short. Eric Winters was the first one to him. A true freshman from Enterprise, Alabama.
A great job by Dallas Walker as well. In there probably for Blockton. And you see the offense, they're subbing in. I gotta tell you, I wonder if they're going to take a closer look at it. It doesn't look like they are. Like that spot. And boy, Vanderbilt rolling the dice right here in their own territory.
The minus 34-yard line, they're going, and Pavia's got it.
Wow. How about that? Well, you think they got some trust in number 2? And when you think about it, when it's on the line, you got to get a convergence. At 3rd down, at 4th down, number 2's probably hanging on to you. Fake the toss. We saw a pitch earlier, and that bought about 3 sets of eyes, defenders that had to work to the perimeter to open up that ability to get downhill. That's the size that Diego Pavia has. He's not long, but he is thick. Able to pick up that yardage with a physical run.
And they go straight forward with Alexander. Look at that physical hard run for 9.
They had a good run look. You got 2 really wide defensive tackles right there, and there's a defender that's down out on the perimeter. And of course, the Vanderbilt players are saying, hey, wait a minute. You know, this guy jumped on the ground.
Timeout on the field for a player.
We saw this, an injury earlier, very much was legitimate. Jaquez Robinson getting worked on.
3:01 to go in the game, tied at 38 in what has been a thriller from the jump.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take a look at this, and I'm going to tell you why. This is why you're hearing a lot of the boos. So watch Robinson. So here he is right here. He's coming out of the scrum, running pretty good, looks back, and uh-oh, I'm hurt. Yeah, that's...
And the big change in college football this year, Matt, is you're not allowed to fake an injury anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious what happened right there. Robinson went down. That did not look like an injured player at all. It looked like a guy that was trying to substitute and was looking around and decided to get injured. Injury's not a decision, I'm afraid.
He's played a heck of a game. Robinson has. It is 2nd and 1. As the clock stopped with 3:01 to go. Remember, Auburn does have all 3 of those timeouts, those dashes next to their 38. Vanderbilt has 2.
Yeah, on that substitution error earlier, right? Defensively, a little bit of confusion. Vandy burned that timeout. They're shortening the game right now. You can see it's 25 on the play clock. They're still in the huddle.
Well, really, if they get a couple more first downs, they could end the game with a Brock Taylor field goal try. I think that's...
Look at this defensive look here. So you got 1 safety back. You got 8 up on the line of scrimmage.
Alexander's crushed. Auburn knew it. Xavier Atkins, what a game.
Well, they're trying to block back, and Xavier Atkins again is able to get underneath it. So watch Atkins. They're just late. That time Jordan White didn't get his eyes up quickly enough. You get past the line of scrimmage, it's a touchdown.
From 2nd and 1 to 3rd and 3. And he'll run it down to the 2-minute timeout. The game is on the line on the west side of Nashville with 2 to go. Playoffs. If Vanderbilt wins out, they've got a great chance to get there. That's their percentages at the moment. If they win, it increases. If they lose, it's just about over. And the game is on the line right here, right now, on this play, just short of the 45-yard line.
What we've seen, who do they trust the most is Diego Pavia. Who do they trust the second most? That guy. Eli Stowers, number 9. They empty the backfield. You see Auburn with 6 up on the line of scrimmage. That's more than you can block if they all come.
Pavia throws, and it's caught past midfield, and flags are on the field as Richie Hoskins made that tough catch.
They're going to get probably a face mask penalty after the catch. I don't know, and it might be.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 28. 51 for the Addison game of the play. First down.
Kinsley Lador-Falston.
I mean, it came down to that play. Look at this. So Hoskins, you fit it in that window, and you see that, yeah, he got a handful. And then cut loose of it. Back judge saw it. That ball, you move it. And we talked about Tim Beck saying this Pavia kid can throw on the run. And already in pregame, we were talking about it. You're in field goal range based on what we were seeing.
No question. Yeah, no, there's Taylor hit from 51 against South Carolina. They're right about that mark here. Made from 57 last year against Missouri.
Big catch. Penalty might prove to be even bigger.
Auburn has all 3 of their timeouts. And that goes to Young, and Young might have lost a foot or so as Auburn will use one of those timeouts. If DJ Durkin's defense can get off of the field here and not allow another first down, it's going to give his offense another try. If Vanderbilt gets a first down, then the game could end with a Brock Taylor field goal attempt.
Yes, and we've already seen in this game, there's Taylor. That kid's got a cannon, and he's got him out tonight. Yeah, sun's not out, but the guns are out. You see that.
Pants are optional in 2025 for kickers, evidently.
Rode his bike to the stadium.
In Knoxville last Saturday night, and then here in Nashville tonight.
If you think about that, that's a weapon, of course. But in here, yeah, you mentioned that. Think about the end of half and the first half. So Auburn got the ball back with 1:15 because Vanderbilt scored on a 37-second drive, and they were able to go right down the field. DJ Durkin is sitting there going, I just got to find a way. I got to find a way, obviously, to get a stop. We don't want another first down, make the field goal even easier. See Clark Lee, and that's the brain trust. Jerry Kill with him on the sideline as well.
Ran it with Young there, didn't get anything. We were talking yesterday to the Vanderbilt staff. Is Diego the guy that puts the game away for you? He's been that most of the season this year. We'll see if they keep it in his hands here on a 2nd and 10. Instead, it's Alexander. And bouncing off defenders. Excuse me, that's Young bouncing off defenders, following Alexander. And he doesn't get much.
Yeah, sitting there. The big thing right now, obviously, want to pick up those yards, of course, but you're trying to get Auburn, burn up those timeouts. And you mentioned the range that you have with Taylor. And you'd like to think, I assume that he likes it better on that left hash. Both those runs have been to the left side of the formation.
How aggressive do you get here on a 3rd and 8 if you're Tim Beck, Clark Lee, and Diego Pavia here?
Well, I think the idea is on a 3rd and 8 right here, obviously, is do you want to force them to exhaust a timeout? Do you feel good enough about this field goal range? Because on back-to-back plays, you mentioned it. Diego Pavia is usually the guy that would end up with the football. Pretty conservative play calls. You think back-to-back handoffs for this offense. You're forcing Auburn to burn up those timeouts. The way he's played tonight, Taylor over there getting loose, but there's nothing given about that attempt.
We've seen other teams like Miami with Carson Beck. We saw Mississippi State with Blake Shapen a few weeks ago against Florida throw interceptions in this situation. Yep. Pavia has been so money with the game on the line. What do they ask him to do here?
If they do throw it, he's been 5 of 6 tonight for 52 yards on 3rd down. He's been excellent on this down.
He keeps it. He runs right near a first. He's going to be short at the 25. And now what do you do if you're Vanderbilt?
You see Pavia, he's saying, look, let's go. Let's go for it. Auburn had 8 up again. So 8 up on the line. The last time Xavier Atkins was able to get upfield, they run right and able to dent the defense. And the problem with that is you've got nobody inside. Pavia almost broke that run.
4th and 1 here, Matt. 1:12 to go in the game. Auburn's out of timeouts. You get the first down, you set up a game-winning field goal. You don't get the first down, Auburn gets the ball back with plenty of time, or you could kick the field goal.
You think about here in the second half, where the Auburn offense, you couldn't solve it. And yet you forced 3 punts here in the second half. You've been able to generate some negative yardage. It comes down to, do you trust your defense? Now, effectively, if you're going for it, you're saying, look, I'm willing to play for overtime because more football is better for me. But that's an aggressive choice, right? Especially when you've got the field goal kicker that you do.
I think Clark Lee wanted to see if Pavia rolled over a defender there and got the first, but evidently not. And Pavia and the offense is on the field.
Well, we've seen him earlier tonight on a 4th down. They were able to get the conversion with who? With Diego Pavia as the ball carrier.
In a season filled with big plays, here's the biggest.
With that big set again, those 3 tight ends. One of them is Stowers.
He keeps it. He flips. He won't get it. That's a turnover on downs. The freshman Bryce Diaz was the closest to him. Auburn takes over.
Well, sometimes Diego Pavia seems unstoppable. This time he kind of stops himself. He ends up tripping himself up. Diaz just happened to be in the vicinity. Diego Pavia, he's trying to get on that outside, and he ends up just stumbling to the ground on that 4th down. And now, with that 4th down attempt, you're basically saying, if you're Vanderbilt, I trust my defense. We're going to try to play for overtime.
Auburn.
That's Daniels' answer.
Daniels needs about 40 yards. He gets some there with Thompson, but the clock will run. Auburn is out of timeouts.
It's part of the strategy behind those rush attempts, forcing them to burn those out. But you've always got a runner in the backfield when Ashton Daniels is the quarterback.
Oh, movement.
False start. Offense, number 72. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's still 2nd down. This foul qualifies for a 10-second runoff. Please reset the game clock to 40 seconds. It will start on my signal.
Penalties have been a massive factor for Auburn. That's 12 in the game.
You can see Vanderbilt obviously playing coverage here. Nothing behind you. 3 rushers. Keep the passer in the pocket.
And again, a short ball to Thompson. And again, the clock runs. 3rd down now.
You see a little confusion there. Preston Howard late to get lined up on the right side.
20 seconds left. Daniels dumps it off. 1st down. Cobb up to the 46, and the clock will stop momentarily. 15 seconds left. McPherson made a 53-yarder 2 years ago in College Station. He made a 47-yarder 2 weeks ago against Arkansas. As Daniels clocks it with 13 seconds to go.
See that 1st down
Please set the
marker.
game clock to 14 seconds, please.
And that's the long kicker, Connor Gibbs, who's 0 for 1 on the season, who's also practicing. McPherson weighed about 30 more pounds 2 years ago when he made that kick in College Station before those debilitating illnesses. Daniels, incomplete, flags everywhere.
Wow. The back judge threw the flag.
Pass interference, defense, number 2. The volley placing spring foul.
That's a big penalty
First
there.
down.
Huge penalty. You think about the face mask penalty, the free yardage didn't cost Auburn because of the missed 4th down. And man, there wasn't a lot there. Well, we've seen earlier in the game there was a lot more that was allowed to play through. Regardless, big penalty. In an easy yardage pickup, free yardage pickup.
9 seconds to go. Auburn's out of timeouts. Incomplete off the hands of Preston Howard. And now there's just 5 seconds to go. You kick it from here, it's 60 plus.
Well, I was circling earlier. What I'm thinking here is you got one play, right? This is the game. You're looking for number 8. He was nearly unstoppable. Now they bring in. So they're bringing in. They're going unbalanced here. And they brought in Cale Ellis to play center.
And Vanderbilt's going to call timeout here wisely.
Vanderbilt, their second of the half. 30 seconds in lead.
So if you're Matt in this situation here, Cam Coleman's been unstoppable on these one-on-one balls. Do you try to use 3 or 4 seconds to the sideline, or do you simply go Hail Mary with 5 seconds to go and try to find number 8?
Yeah, see if you can. But it's got to be a sideline throw, right? It's got to come out quickly. That's partly what you're coaching up right now. The worst thing you can do is catch that ball in bounds and it not be in the end zone. Game's over, and you're playing for over. The game's not over. It's regulation is over at that point in time. You can't catch it in bounds. Now they're changing it up. Cale Ellis is not going to be in there now. They had him in there earlier. They moved Mason Murphy to the right side of that offensive front. They're going to go back to that regular lineup. But if you catch it, so if you run a play here, you complete this football, it's got to get out of bounds if it's anywhere other than the end zone. You can't complete a ball in bounds otherwise.
It's been a dozen years, so we've seen a couple of miracles by the Auburn Tigers. Do they have one waiting for them in 2025?
Vanderbilt's obviously anticipating the Hail Mary. 3 defenders on the goal line.
Daniels throws, and that clock expires as they were trying to get it over to Coleman there. Let's see if they put 1 second back on.
Please put 1 second on the game clock.
Yeah, they are.
We have seen them put 1 second back on before, but Chris Davis is not playing in this football game tonight.
You see it, watch this ball, clock's running down, and it's when it crosses the boundary, or lands rather. So because of that, wow, they put that 1 second back on. And again, Vanderbilt defending the goal line, 3 defensive backs back there. All the eligible receivers for Auburn to the right side of the formation.
Daniels trying to step up to let it fly. Here it goes. A prayer to the end zone. It is incomplete. Let's go to overtime.
That is the end of regulation.
So Daniels just pushing it over there to the right side. That's where all his receivers originated. Give them a chance. And Vanderbilt wisely, you don't want to rough a passer right there. Give him some free yards. What a game.
If a game ever deserved overtime, this is it. Diego Pavia, Cam Coleman. The stars are always shining in Nashville, Tennessee. We go to overtime on the West End.
It's crunch time. In the first overtime, each team gets a possession starting at the opponent's 25-yard line. If it goes to a second overtime, teams again start at the 25-yard line, but must attempt a 2-point conversion after a touchdown with no extra points allowed. From the third overtime on, teams alternate 2-point conversion attempts from the 3-yard line until the game is decided.
So Reese has given you the rules, and now it's time to see who's going to play first. What a scene here in Nashville tonight.
Good job, guys, on a well-fought game tonight. We now enter extra periods. Each team will get a possession starting at the 25-yard line with an opportunity to score. Each team will have one timeout during extra periods. The winner of the coin toss will get to choose offense, defense, or the end of the field you wish to play on. Visiting team, you get to make the coin toss call. Guys, I have an SEC coin here. This is heads again. This is tails. Auburn, what's your call? Tails has been called. It is tails. You've won the coin toss. You want to play defense first. Which end of the field? Play this side. This end of the field. Okay.
Well, in a season filled with heartbreak, Auburn is 1-4 in one-score games. They lost 5 games rather, to top 25 opponents, 4 by 1 score. Of course, that Georgia game certainly felt like a one-score game, even though it wasn't. Here they are again with DJ Durkin as their interim head coach against Clark Lee and Diego Pavia. Pavia comes onto the field first on offense, and these Auburn Tiger defenders will have to figure out a way to get him down. How about the numbers for both of those quarterbacks tonight?
Just incredible when you think about it. The touchdowns responsible for the rushing yards by both of these guys. You know, Pavia is a known commodity in this conference at this point. Ashton Daniels, he's the surprise performer in this one. He's been outstanding. It's the reason why we're in extra frames now at the end of the game. Well, we've seen both these defenses find ways to get stops in the red zone area. That's pivotal. It's a short football field. You start the possession in field goal range. Negative yardage plays are huge for defenses in these overtime periods.
Pavia will drift back and throw. Incomplete. He's trying to get it down to Stowers, but Stowers was covered up.
Xavier Atkins, we've called his name multiple times tonight, has been able to get into the backfield. Pavia clearly trying to get it to his favorite target. Stowers, again, an unbelievable night. He's been targeted 14 times. He's come down with a football, 12 of them. And they've been largely explosive plays. He's had to show some grit tonight. He's taken some big shots in this game. Late timeout for Vanderbilt. Looked like there for a second.
Timeout of extra period.
Couldn't tell if there was the right formation, if they're going to shift, and they ended up motioning before they went with the timeout there.
How about the fact that this series is tied at 22-22 with one tie throughout the 45 times they played previously. In a meeting 46, it's going to overtime. Vanderbilt owned the early days. Auburn most of the last 50 years. Vanderbilt has won 3 of the last 5 games in the series, including one last year in Auburn. Only fitting that we go to 1 extra session at minimum.
Yeah, I mentioned the importance of negative yardage plays, how that'll impact some of the decision making, obviously, because you kind of have that field goal in your pocket. Obviously, you want to play defense first to determine what you need to do offensively when you take the field. Both these teams, 5 tackles for loss in this game. You think if you're offensively, can't have penalties, can't have those negative yardage plays to make this possession even more difficult. Now, Auburn, who's typically very good at getting behind that line of scrimmage, been a relatively quiet night getting into the offensive backfield of Vanderbilt.
Pavia back there on him by himself on 2nd and 10, steps up and throws, and it's a good one inside the 10. 1st and goal, Junior Sherrill, 20-plus yards.
You can see Vanderbilt, they're going to be a little bit more deliberate. This half, they've been much more up-tempo. Now, they've played with their pace of play a little bit, where they've accelerated and then they've slowed down. We saw that big busted coverage here in these overtime periods in this condensed part of the field where tempo doesn't give you as much of an advantage. And the boundaries of the field become a defender. And make sure that you get that right play call in.
Pavia over the top, touchdown! Cole Spence. What a play call. Everybody bites on Alexander, and Spence is sitting there wide open. And Brock Taylor to make the lead 7. This town is all about entertainment. The best show in town right now is the Diego show at Vanderbilt University. Career high 377 yards passing tonight, including this 4-yarder.
Well, everybody's thinking run, and the reason for that is you take Stowers out and you put your big blocking tight ends in. It's Emmanuel Adebayo, it's Gabe Fisher, it's Cole Spence. And you get that heavy, you can't get a heavier play action. Look at Pavia. I mean, he just barely wrestles that ball out late to get it to Cole Spence, who just pops over the goal line. He's wide open. Only his 2nd touchdown catch of the year. Nobody was thinking pass right there other than Vanderbilt, Tim Beck, and Diego Pavia.
The effort has been incredible by Auburn tonight. Can they send it to a 2nd OT? Daniels, plenty of time. He gets rid of it, incomplete. Lives to see another play after Linus Sunk was all over him.
Called a coverage sack. We haven't seen a ton of them. Actually gets that ball away, but regardless, at that time, just nowhere to go with the football. Excellent coverage. That time Vanderbilt says, look, we're going to keep you in front of you, make you complete a pass. And if so, we're going to rally to make the tackle. Daniels just nowhere to go with the football on that down.
To the ground with Cobb. He's free. And he's at a 1st down. It is one. What a night for Cobb. He's over 100 yards.
Nice run right up the middle, too. Great job by Cobb being decisive. Don't dance. Get downhill right now. Almost a shoestring tackle, really. Another good job of that interior offensive front. Much maligned from the inside out.
And again, Jeremiah, not much going there. He gets down to the 12. 2nd down for the Tigers in this offensive shootout. Vanderbilt has 544 total yards. Auburn has over 560.
No one saw that coming. This is not this level of offensive output, that's for sure. Now they empty the backfield. Try to clean up that look a little bit here in the red zone.
Line of scrimmage, pass to Singleton, trying to get the corner, he can't. Fontenette ran with him. 3rd down.
Great diagnosis by Brian Longwell as well. got out there quickly. Fontenette was a little bit shaken up at the end of regulation. And now you see wholesale substitution now. This is the pressure look. So they brought in a couple of guys. Nick Rinaldi, probably their best blitzer, number 24, in the middle of that defense, and they're empty. So you don't have a back that can help Ashton Daniels in protection.
And Cam Coleman appeared banged up. He's at the top of your screen. Stays out there. Daniels, incomplete. Tried to get it to Singleton. Dante Carter hits off of him. Auburn hasn't had a fourth down all night. They have to convert this one to continue the game.
You can see again, it's brought 4 rushers on that last one, and the pocket was collapsing around Daniels. This time, Vanderbilt showing 5 up potential rushers.
And DJ Durkin will call timeout.
Timeout, Auburn. This is their only timeout of extra period.
What do you call here, Matt, if your offensive coordinator, Derek Nix, on 4th and 7?
Well, you hear this so much where it's not plays, it's players. And it's 4th and long. You have to be thinking that repeatedly they've emptied out the backfield. The idea here is this, is I think you hang one up and you let number 8 try to go make a play for it. He's done it 3 times in this half. One was on a big 3rd down. We all thought he was out of bounds. He finds a way to get that long body, get that toe in, led to a field goal. Then you think about the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. The point is this, is that got to get that ball out quickly if you're going to empty the backfield so that the pressure doesn't get home. But the other is that if you're going to give somebody a chance, it should be the guy that not only is capable of it, but has proven it here tonight, that when he's covered, he's open and he can uncover himself. I think you go to number 8. The problem is this, if we're talking about it, you better believe Vanderbilt is as well.
Vanderbilt still has a chance at the college football playoff. They're ranked 16th in the country. If they win out, with all the chaos that'll happen in front of them, they'll have a legitimate chance. They have to beat Kentucky and Tennessee in the final 2 weeks. But first, all of their concentration is on this 4th and 7 with the game on the line.
A little bit of confusion. Cam Coleman, who's now again, he's up here. Looked like he was going to go to the right side of the formation initially. See C.J. Hurd right here. Now, they blitzed him a couple of times, but it looked like he was intending to drop out and help in coverage for any in-breaking route from Coleman at the top, and he is.
Daniels throws to the end zone, incomplete. Vanderbilt outlast Auburn in a thriller. It took more than 60 minutes. They're 8-2 on the season. They'll have a chance for their 9th win in the regular season for the first time since 1915 when they play Kentucky in 2 weeks. And they're still alive in the college football playoff picture. Meanwhile, that man, Ashton Daniels, is congratulated on an incredible game. Here's the last play.
So here's Coleman right here. Here's C.J. Hurd. Now, he's up here at the line of scrimmage. He's going to drop out. You're going to end up basically bracketing Cam Coleman. You got 2 guys. You're saying, look, we all know it. We were talking about it. Everybody in the stadium is thinking it. They got a couple of spies. You're not going to let Ashton Daniels get loose. And he's just trying to put it where his guy can get it. You see a little kind of a stutter go, like he was going to try to sit down. And Vanderbilt's able to survive this one. What a game.
Coach Lee is with Tori.
Coach, you talked this week about this being a game where your team needs to show their identity. What did they show tonight?
Oh, I mean, a lot of fortitude. I don't know that necessarily was our identity on display tonight, but these guys have a lot of courage. They fought the adversity. Really huge stop there for the defense in overtime. There's a lot to learn from this one, but we're certainly going to celebrate this win.
Well, your offense certainly played well tonight. What did you think of the way your quarterback showed up?
I mean, he's the best player in the country. I don't know what else to say. He led the way. Obviously, the tempo got us back in the game. We were really explosive in the second half. I'm proud of all those guys. It starts with Tim Beck, too. I mean, obviously he had a great plan, but Diego made it go tonight and deserves all the recognition.
What does this win mean for this Vanderbilt program?
Oh, it means a lot. I think keeping all our long-term goals within reach, but more than that, it's just like to battle an SEC team here at home in a great environment, to find a way to win. I went for it on the 4th and 1, hoping that we could end it a little sooner. The team had my back, finished out the right way. It's a great team win, a great culture win against a good Auburn team, and a credit to them too. I thought they played really well tonight.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks so much.
I know what Fernando Mendoza did today in Bloomington, Indiana. Diego Pavia didn't strike the pose tonight, but he might want to start thinking about the ceremony in New York in December. What a performance. What a privilege to call it. Tom Schofield, Corey Huffman were fantastic with our entire production team. For my man Matt Stinchcomb and Tori Petrie, I'm Taylor Zarzer. Kentucky and Florida up next. Good night from the west side of Nashville.